Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay. I think we are ready to start. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience while we navigated some technical difficulties. I know we're starting a little bit late and we do have quite an agenda, so everybody just bear with us and buckle up. Here we go. All right. Going to go ahead and we'll get started with, oh my goodness. Pledge of Allegiance, moment of silence, and then I will do some housekeeping, and then we'll go with the roll call, okay? So if everybody could please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Just a couple housekeeping items for board members that are in person, and we have a almost full board. I don't know if Ms. Foster's with us.
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. Well, for those of you who are with us, and we have quite a few of you that are with us in person, there are microphones directly in front of you. When they are read, the mic is not live. Please click on the mic when you would like to talk. The mic will turn green and then you can speak. Once you are done, please push the mic again so that it turns red. For our board members that are participating via Zoom, please stay on mute. If you would like to speak, please push the hand icon to indicate that you have something to say. This will help me know that you would like a turn, and then I will make sure that you have an opportunity to speak. If I don't see your hand, I know somebody else will, so I will just be very cognizant of that. For charters or applicants on the agenda that are participating via Zoom, please stay muted until your item is called. Once your item is called, board staff will introduce the item and then I will call on you to address the board. At that time, you may unmute yourself. This also goes for anybody who calls in because I know we're having a difficult time with Zoom, so it's possible that we might have some charters call in. For charters and applicants on the agenda participating in person, once your item is called, board staff will provide a brief introduction and answer any questions board members may have. Then I will request that representatives for the charter come up to the podium to address the board. We have quite a few items on our agenda and quite a few people that are here to support our charters. So thank you so much for your support. What that means, though, is that we have an overflow room. And so if we have more individuals than what we have the capacity to seat in here, then we will make sure that they are allowed to come in during the agenda item. And the overflow room is in room 104. So we will make sure that participants are able to join when the agenda item is called. Ashley, can we get a roll call, please?
President Montier.
Here.
Vice President Close.
Here.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Here.
Miss Barr.
Here.
Dr. Crockett.
Here.
Miss Foster. Miss Jones.
Here.
Mr. Ruiz.
Here.
Mr. Snyder.
Here.
Mr. Stratton.
Here.
Mr. Swanson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful. All right. We are going to move forward with the superintendent's report. Superintendent Designee Miller.
Good morning. Thank you. Superintendent Horn is pleased to announce that the Arizona Department of Education recently released A to F letter grades for school year 24-25, with over 80% of Arizona charter schools receiving an A or a B letter grade. Wow. Charter schools continue to help all learners reach their highest potential, and we look forward to hearing more about our letter grades from Executive Director Berg later in the meeting. The superintendent is especially proud to recognize the proficiency progress among Native American students since he took office again in January of 2023. Based on extremely low proficiency rates at that time for this important community, the superintendent was concerned about the impacts for these students' employment prospects and quality of life in the future. He met with tribal leaders agreeing to changes to create a total focus of increasing proficiency rate among these Native American students. The Offices of Indian Education and School Improvement have worked together to help improve outcomes for students by providing training, visiting schools, supporting teachers, principals, and superintendents, and working tirelessly to help schools and all of our students succeed. With the outstanding leadership in the Native American districts and this support, the proficiency rates of these students have soared. Many related districts have seen more than double the number of students testing proficient in math in just the past year, with the Chinle School District being a true champion in this growth. The superintendent calls on each leader in a position to prioritize data-driven decisions to always make student achievement a focus, clearly defining the expectation that all students can learn, want to learn, and it is our responsibility to provide the resources for them to do so. That concludes the superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now on to Ashley for the executive director's report.
Good morning, President Monteith, Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members. I'd like to provide you with an update on contract approvals that I've approved under my authority and school visits completed since our meeting in September. Dan, if you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So since our September meeting, I have approved 109 amendments, and these amendments are more technical in nature, and they involve updates to charter holder contracts, such as changes to instructional days and school governance. Can you click the next one? Yep, thank you. No problem. Throughout the months of September and August, board staff completed one first-year review, one second-year review, and then 22 interval reviews. There were 32 on-site visits that were completed, which include standard pop-in visits and specialized accountability visits. And then moving on to board legal actions, the board issued a notice of intent to revoke the Charter of American Virtual Academy on March 4th, 2025, due to failure to meet academic performance expectations. A pre-hearing conference in this matter will convene tomorrow in front of the Office of Administrative Hearings for the purpose of scheduling a hearing and other related deadlines. And that is all I have to report.
Thank you. And I'm sorry. Vice President.
Yeah, I just had sorry, I wanted to catch it before we moved on to Ashley, but I did want to comment on Ms. Miller's
Yes.
statements. The performance of the Native American schools improvement has been dramatically improved. So, and I just wanted to let you know that a lot of the tribal members around the state have recognized the cooperation and efforts and support of the superintendent's office. So I just want to put that on the record. Chinle's always been pretty progressive, but specifically Kachan, Hualapai, Havasupai, and Tonaotam have really had really good improvements. So we recognize it. Thank you.
I kind of had hoped you would have something to say about that. Okay, so we're moving on to item F, presentation by the Department of Education's School Finance Division.
Good morning, President Monteith, Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members of the board. Next slide, please. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chris Brown. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Arizona Department of Education. I've been in the department for about 11, 12 years. I've worked in special ed, overseen a lot of the federal programs, and today I want to give you some brief financial updates beyond just school finance, but mostly school finance is a significant chunk of it. Next slide, please. I know you have a full agenda, so I'll try to go a little bit fast. And there's probably more details, so in the future, if you would like a more detailed presentation, I'm more than happy to provide it. So some of the things that are resonating right now, and I'm sure many of you are aware, United States Department of Education and many federal offices are closed right now. This provides particularly unique challenge for our department, but what I can share is that we've been paying very close attention to ensure that none of the federal funds are being disrupted, particularly in ensuring that we can get cash. So for if charter schools, for example, want to take their Title I funding, Title II funding, anything, we have not seen a disruption in those funds yet. What we have seen, though, are some discretionary grants being a little bit challenging because there's no one at the federal offices to actually respond to us if they ask for additional details. So this is expected. We do not know when they will return. Obviously, I'm sure everybody's read the media and they're counting as the ticker goes up for each continual day. What is also unique is that it has been identified that the United States Department of Education, particularly the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education and the Office of Special Education Programs, saw a significant reduction in force. This is not temporary. This is permanent. At least that is what has been told to a variety of the staff members. I wanted to raise awareness in this forum of how this can have an impact to any state, but particularly Arizona. The federal government, beyond just making sure that they're providing federal funds to each state, helps provide clarification in terms of legal disagreements, lawsuits, or even clarification with the courts, particularly federal court cases. This reduction in force also impacted the attorneys at each of those departments. So the federal government not only has an Office of General Counsel, most departments had their own unique attorneys which had expertise in those fields. Those have now been reduced in force. I'm sure you can also intertwine the Office of Civil Rights has been also reduced in force too. That impacts Office of Special Education Programs to a degree. What also provides a challenge for our department, and is what particularly is on my radar, is ensuring that we get the upcoming federal grant awards for the new year. Normally, we will hear from the United States Department of Education around this time and all the way up into December to get what we call applications for federal awards for the upcoming year. And the challenge is a lot of the contacts that we knew or know even currently, they no longer potentially work at the United States Department of Ed. So to segue to the waivers, because our department has been working with like the Charter Association and other groups in the state of Arizona and looking at more flexible waivers, particularly for charter schools. We quite frankly don't know who to send it to at this time. And that, you know, I chuckle with that, but it's a very frustrating experience because if we don't know who to send it to, we don't want to send any official formal waiver request or anything to an inbox that may never be reviewed. The information or feedback we have gotten in sporadic responses from United States Department of Ed tends to just be a financial staff member. They show up for a day and then they disappear for 3 weeks. That's kind of how it goes. There's no immediate action you can partake or take. What you can do is, of course, always work any legislative connections you may have, but we're all kind of sitting here until the whole furlough and everything else works out at the federal level. It's not all doom and gloom and panic. I just wanted to make everyone aware of the reality of what's happening right now, because I'm sure questions, and I still get questions repeatedly, what's happening at the federal level. This is what we know. But my main priorities are get contacts as soon as we can, ensure that we have no federal disruption of funds, particularly for the entitlement programs, and try to keep the field aware if we find out new concrete information, because a lot of different states are getting different rumors. So finally, I want to talk about federal allocations for the upcoming year. What we are expecting to get at a bare minimum is at least some of the entitlement allocation amounts for the upcoming year. For this current year, this is usually a pulse of the lay of the land. Title I allocations for the state of Arizona did decrease again slightly based on census information. That's a whole presentation in of itself. It's generally driven by community poverty for school district boundaries. It is not based on actual poverty in enrolled students in the state of Arizona. That is a whole black box calculation, how the U.S. Census Bureau does it. We are probably forecasted to have another decrease in the upcoming year. It should be pretty minor, but it depends on if any other states revise their poverty data with the United States Census Bureau anytime in the next few months, which does happen. And finally, there has been questions in the field, particularly in many states, if block grants will be coming. So I want to just briefly describe what a block grant is, because this would have a pretty significant impact if it ever gets implemented. Two primary federal programs we're talking about being block granted: the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, or we call them ESSA funds, Title I, Title II, Title IV. It would include Title III. And what it is basically a state gets all the federal funds in one pool, and the state has some discretion on how those entitlement funds would be distributed out to every LEA in the state. It doesn't remove the legal requirements of each of the funds. So I think there's some misconception that you just get a block of money, you run with, let's just say, a plan like you did in Title I, and life goes on. It doesn't quite work like that. The other federal program that was slated to be a block grant was special education. That would have probably minimal impact for LEAs because of the nuances with that. That would have been a big deal for a lot of the technical assistance groups for families with children with disabilities nationwide. There's a whole reason for that, but for the purposes of this meeting and knowing my SPED background, I don't want to perseverate on that for probably more than that blip right here. What I can share is that the likelihood block grants will happen are very low at this point in time, particularly because the closures have delayed all budgetary talks for the upcoming year. It's a significant shift, and there doesn't seem to be any legislative traction for it at a federal level. Next slide, please. So some state updates. There's been some interesting projections this year. Enrollment is down again. That's probably not the interesting fact, but the interesting fact is this is the first time we've seen in a while that charter enrollment's down. Charter enrollment's actually down if you look at the percentage more than school districts, slightly. We have not seen that pace in a long time. So now, once again, this is projected information. So it's basically looking at a snapshot at this point in time to what we saw as a snapshot in time last year. Any LEA can still revise their information all the way up until July and August of the upcoming year. Particularly a focus is districts, elementary grades, preschool to fifth grade. Those are all the grades or programs that have seen decline. For charter schools, it's specifically kindergarten to third grade and 9th to 11th grade seem to be where the declines are heavily focused right now. The closures in schools in general, I'm sure if you have read the media, there's a lot of school districts talking about closing schools right now. The closures have accelerated. It's pretty much doubled from the preceding year, and it's on track again to once again increase. I know, for example, Scottsdale and Kyrene are closing multiple schools. It tends to be heavily focused right now on elementary schools in general or elementary grades. This should probably not be too much of a surprise if anyone has read any of the Department of Economic, it was a different division back then, but Department of Economic Security did a study of how many students were entering public education a few years ago versus how many were graduating. And the graduates were outpacing how many were entering public education. So we're starting to see that catch up to a degree. And it is slated, I think they were slating at the time, we probably still have another 5 to 6 years of declining public enrollment, even ignoring the aspect of the empowerment scholarship account and private vouchers. So next slide, please. Last item that's significant for state funding in the state of Arizona, a new item has been implemented called non-fundable intervals due to excessive absences in the state of Arizona. So this is starting to impact districts and charter schools. The concept is that when a child has been absent 10% or more for the instructional calendar year, a normal instructional calendar year is 180 days. So if they are absent more than 18 days, and they then have an attendance block of absences equating to 10 or more days, the whole membership interval for the child will be non-fundable. Now, there is a frequently asked question that I would encourage anyone in your finance office or your enrollment office to read very closely, because the concept of instructional calendar can vary. So for example, if you run a 144-day calendar, it looks at 14 calendar days of absence. It scales to the length of the calendar. Now, one of the other things that we're also aware of is that there's only one exclusion to this currently. It's for students with chronic health conditions. However, there has been discussions to look at getting some legislative adjustments to exclude other students, particularly homeless has come up in these discussions. There is an upcoming training on November 12th that's going to go into a lot of detail of non-fundable intervals. This has been publicized before for the past few years. This has actually been in the works for about 3 to 4 years, but the implementation was so complex, it wasn't able to launch until this fiscal year. Next slide, please. And I will leave it up to the discretion of the board and how, yes.
President Montier. Mr. Brown, thank you for that. Can you just translate what non-fundable, does that mean if somebody's absent more than 10% of instructional days, they're not part of the ADM in funding? And the block, what does the block mean?
Sure. In attendance block in the state of Arizona, there's an implementation that if a child is absent for 10 or more days concurrently, that is considered an absent
Okay.
attendance block.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's the 18 days plus another 10? Or is it both 18 and 10 of those?
It's an and.
Okay,
So let me give
28
you,
days.
yes, but let me give you a hypothetical where this does come up more often. Let's say the child is missing 18 days over the course of the first 3 months of the year, interspersed, it doesn't really matter. And then let's say in January, 10 straight days, the whole membership is no longer fundable.
Okay.
So they would see a significant swing.
And
Yeah.
as we've all read, there's been a massive amount of work on this in the state, and chronic absenteeism is like 30%.
Yeah, it's
And
pretty.
so do you know how many students fit both criteria?
Member Swanson, that's a good question. When we first looked at this, we were seeing initial triggers this year of the thousands, about 3,000 to 5,000 statewide. However, it calculates in real time every day. And the problem with evaluating this upfront is if we're only, let's say, 50 days into the school year, it would look at 5 absences, 10% of the initial days. So we're more looking at it closer around February and March. The number will go down, we believe. Those are just the initial failures of impact.
Well,
5,000 approximate.
yeah, so that doesn't necessarily square with the numbers I've been reading of on the chronic absenteeism, but it's very interesting. And
Now, remember, I'm sorry, this is those impacted students with chronic we'd have to also, in your numbers of chronic absenteeism, that may not have compensated for chronic health conditions
Okay.
being removed from that equation, from
Okay.
that number.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the board? I don't see a hand up online. Am I missing something online? Nope. Okay. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. All right, on to agenda item G. This is call to the public. We have 2 written public comments that were received and have been placed on the posted agenda for today's meeting. And we have 5 requested to speak in person at the board. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to present their comments. Please conclude your remarks once the timer goes off. We will begin with Rodrigo Gutierrez, followed by Amber Howard. After each speaker, I will announce the next speaker so they are prepared. Rodrigo, he's online.
It's my understanding that he is not online right now. So if you want to start with
With Amber? Okay. Amber Howard? Oh, can you please turn your microphone down on the bottom?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amber Howard and I live in Santan Valley. I first learned about Newspoint Academy through their presentation at Legacy Traditional where I work. Since then, I've come to understand the heart behind this charter, a vision that blends strong academics with character development, leadership, and a genuine connection to students' interests. One thing that especially resonates with me is the school's incorporation of soccer and athletics as part of its education model. As a parent of kids who thrive in sports, I believe this model gives students an incredible opportunity to learn through movement, teamwork, and discipline, which are skills that support success both on and off the field. Families in the East Valley are looking for schools that think differently, that meet student standard or that meet students where they are and motivate them through what they love. I truly believe News Point Academy will fill that need and become a cornerstone for our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. And Sarah Kendall, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Kendall. I'm also from Santan Valley. I first learned about News Point Academy from fellow community members and as a former staff member and a parent in a local charter school in the area. I'm thrilled by the potential for my child and other children in the area to grow in an environment that blends challenging academics and top-tier athletics. I support News Point Academy because it gives families in our rapidly growing region high-quality charter option that pairs strong academics with a first-rate athletics program. With Queen Creek and Santan Valley among the fastest-growing areas in Arizona, and East Mesa and Apache Junction continuing to develop, now is the perfect time to expand educational opportunities for our youth. As a parent myself, and from having worked in a public charter for years, I have seen firsthand how many families long for opportunities where their children can thrive both academically and athletically. My own child has expressed interest in playing sports more competitively, but the options nearby are limited. And so adding a school like News Point Academy will only create a place where families can stay rooted right here instead of looking elsewhere. In supporting News Point Academy, I believe our broader community will benefit by giving families a true choice within public education without having to travel far for specialized opportunities. It will nurture our student athletes who might otherwise have to choose between pursuing sports or pursuing strong academics. Here at News Point, they can do both. It helps build strong community identity, which keeps kids engaged locally and strengthens our area by retaining talent rather than pushing it elsewhere. This will fill a gap where we are growing, and yet the education options that fully integrate high-level academics and athletics are sparse. Thank you to the board for your time and consideration. I hope you join me in supporting News Point Academy because the opportunities a school of this caliber could offer in our community would be next level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next we have Deborah Corrigan.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Deborah Corrigan, and I live in Santan Valley. I learned about News Point Academy through Dr. Melanie Larson, whom I know from my work at another charter school in the community. I was immediately drawn to the school's mission and programs, especially its focus on individualized learning and community engagement. I'm excited about the opportunity to contribute to an environment that supports both student growth and teacher development. I look forward to collaborating with a dedicated team that shares my passion for equitable and effective education, helping to create a culture where students are challenged, supported, and inspired to reach full potential, and where teachers have the resources and mentorship needed to thrive. I support News Point Academy because it provides students with access to high quality education in a supportive, inclusive environment. Its focus on academics, athletics, character development, and community engagement helps students reach their full potential. News Point Academy Charter School's dual focus on academics and athletics offers a well-rounded approach that greatly benefit both families and the broader community. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you will support News Point Academy and the opportunity that it brings to our community.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry I mispronounced your name. And last but certainly not least, and I hope I don't mess your name up either, Juliana Sambolin.
Good morning. I'm Juliana Sambolin. I live in Queen Creek, Arizona, and I'm a caring and engaged parent. I learned about News Point Academy through community meetings and through friends who hope to enroll their children too. As a parent who cares deeply about academic and athletic success, I'm excited about the possibility for my son to attend a school with rigorous academic and an elite athletics program. I strongly support News Point Academy because it will provide families in East Mesa, Queen Creek, Apache Junction, and Santan Valley with a high-quality school option. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you too will support News Point Academy.
Thank you. Is Rodrigo on? Do we know? No.
He is
Okay.
not.
Okay. We did get something from him though in writing. So
That is correct. He
Yes.
did submit a written public comment that is on the agenda posted.
perfect. All right. Then we will go ahead and move forward with agenda item H. And sorry, this would be the consent agenda. Before we move forward, I move to postpone and remove from today's agenda item H2, consideration and possible action to approve the board's ready to open checklist for new charter operators. And beyond that, I would like to move forward with the rest of the agenda. So item HI and item item H1 and item H3, I move to approve, and then item H2, I move to postpone.
I'll second.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Lovely. All right, on to agenda item I. And we're going to start with presentation, American Leadership Academy, presentation by Shannon.
Good morning. Excuse me. President Monteith, Superintendent Designee Miller, Vice President Close, and members of the board. American Leadership Academy, Inc. has submitted an amendment request to change the location of American Leadership Academy Apache Junction, which was approved in April 2023 and is not yet open, from the original plan location in Apache Junction near East Baseline Avenue and Ironwood Drive to North Peoria near 76th Avenue and Jomax Road. Excuse me. The charter holder has submitted a concurrent amendment to change the grades that will be served by the school from K-12 to K-8 and has requested a delay in opening from fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2027. The charter holder had previously requested an opening delay for the school from fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2026, which was approved, by the executive director. School location and school-specific change in grades requests are generally approved by the executive director. However, due to the significant move requested from Apache Junction to North Peoria, combined with a grade decrease and a second request to delay opening, this request has been brought to the board for consideration, and these requests do not have staff recommendation criteria. I'm available if you have questions.
Board members, any questions for Shannon? Do we have a representative from the charter?
Sorry, President Montier.
I'm sorry. Yes, I didn't see.
Shannon, can you talk about, we just got a presentation on declining enrollment. And one of the things that I remain concerned about as a board member is a growing charter school base without growing charter enrollment, and the potential cannibalization of good schools and good communities. And I think that this board or the staff or applicants or the people that are the schools that are being impacted need to have a louder voice about what's going on. And so can you tell me anything about, I know I've read a little bit that actually that Peoria abandoned sort of a plan to do a district school, I think, and they swooped in, didn't mean that in a negative way, but they came in, got the land, and they're moving forward. And so this may be a different case, but I just want to raise that. I think it's an alarm bell for the charter community and see, do you have anything to say on that? I know that's kind of a surprise question, but.
Member Swanson, I'm happy to answer some additional your questions, but also to provide some context. As part of the board materials for any expansion coming in from the board, and I understand this one is not an expansion, but as an amendment to a previously approved expansion request, part of the materials that we do include is those additional options. So as we don't do a full analysis about what the need is or what the demand would be for a potential school going into that location, I do anticipate that the charter wanting to move into that location has done their due diligence and would be able to provide that information to you. But I think what you are provided in your board materials is information about the success of those schools in that area to be able to make that determination.
Thank you. I think we also, when it is an issue, I would hope we would hear from the charter community on some of these issues.
Okay, any other questions really quick?
Really quick.
Yes.
That's okay.
Wait, okay, Carlos, and then just before we go, is this a question for staff or shall I call the charter up?
Yes.
Because it's the
No,
reason
it's-
I'm asking
it's-
the question
it's a
is
question.
because, hang on
It's a
just one
question
second.
For staff.
Okay, just 1 second. The only reason I was asking is because it sounded like Member Swanson's question was kind of a two-part. So I just want to make sure that we're giving everybody the opportunity to speak and not bounce around with questions and get a little bit confused. So,
And I should mention, I should have provided this information, but you can see the other available options for ALA on Appendix E, or Agenda Item E, but Appendix D.
okay. So Carlos, your question is for staff,
Um,
and then I'm sorry, Member Ruiz. That
Yeah,
was
that's fine.
inappropriate. I apologize. And Member Barr, yours is also for staff. Okay, so let's have Member Ruiz go first, and then we'll have Member Barr go.
I'm just curious, is there any other precedent about where we've approved a school for one location and then the school says, well, we changed our mind. We're gonna accommodate that population and that through the schools that we have in that area, but now we want to move it over to this other area. We'd like to take that school and plant it somewhere else. Has that ever happened before?
Member Ruiz, yes, we do have precedent to support a move like this. We have had a charter in the past that did move their location a considerable amount of distance, and the board did look at that and consider and improve that.
Okay, all right, Member Barr.
Hi, and I don't know if this is for Ashley or Shannon. Can you really quick walk me through the process of an approved school being moved and it's just an amendment request as opposed to asking to open a whole brand new school? Here's all the research we've done and everything. What are the differences between those two actions?
That is a great question, Member Barr. So in an amendment request for a new school, you are required to provide specific information about the target population, the demographics, et cetera. While a school location, I do not believe has the same breadth of requirements, when you do file a school location request that involves moving the school more than 5 miles, there are additional narrative prompts that are required of that charter holder to address those types of things, including in what ways the population is similar or different to the current location. So there are many similarities between those two requests and the prompts that the charter holder is required to address.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions for board staff? All right. And we have a representative from the charter. Come on up.
I'm just making sure I got that right.
Yes, welcome.
Good morning, Vice President Close, President Monteith. I want to make sure I pronounce your name correctly. I am Mitchell Schwab. I am Senior Counsel for ALA. Our Vice President from the board, Lacey Brown, had to step out. I don't know why, but she was pulled out. So I'm going to read her statement for her. I'm here today on behalf of the entire ALA board and ALA as a school to present 2 amendment requests to the ASBCS board. First, a location change. Second, a reduction in grades served. Those requests are very important to ALA and the board. You may be familiar with our mission statement: to support families by providing the best educational experience to as many students as possible in a moral and wholesome environment. We take that mission statement seriously, especially that third clause, to as many students as possible, because we believe that all schools improve when families have choice. And we see our request today as essential to providing choice to Arizona families. As I look at the challenges facing schools in our state and across the country for that matter, I am more convinced of this than ever. Our location change requests will allow us to provide our services to new families, and our request to reduce the grades served is in collaboration and alignment with the community needs. We hope that you will consider our request favorably, and we appreciate your time and consideration today. To make the detailed presentations, I've brought the following individuals with me. Ms. Amaris Lewis, our Chief Academic Officer. Amaris is a former teacher and director of ALA's Queen Creek K-6 campus. Ms. Leilani Hunsaker, who leads many of our community outreach efforts. Ms. Hunsaker is a parent of multiple ALA students, was previously a K-6 campus director, and is a former member of ALA's board of directors. Mr. Jordan Way, who currently oversees our pre-K through 12 operations division. Jordan is a former assistant director of ALA's original junior high school campus and has served in the operations of our schools for over 5 years. With your indulgence, this team would like to make a very brief presentation to you regarding the requests that the ALA board is making today, after which we will be happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information you may require. Thank you in advance for your time this morning. It is our pleasure to be here. I'll turn it over to
Good morning. Good morning, President Monteith, Vice President Close, and board members. My name is Amaris Lewis. It's a pleasure being before you this morning, and I'm sincerely grateful for the opportunity to be here and to share an update on our academic progress of our American Leadership Academy students across the state of Arizona. When I stood before you last year, we celebrated our LEA's A rating, and I expressed a commitment to continue working diligently alongside our schools to pursue academic excellence. We're thankful to share that the most recent results reflect the continued efforts of our campus leaders, teachers, and students. Our excitement about these results come not only from the overall LEA letter grade of an A, but from witnessing the dedication, collaboration, and perseverance that made them possible. Campus leaders and academic teams worked hand in hand to strengthen student proficiency, promote growth, and most importantly for me, is building students' confidence in their ability to succeed. All of our standalone K-6 campuses earned an A rating this year. In addition, 2 schools, Applied Tech 712 and Ironwood K-12, improved from a B to an A. Ironwood in particular exceeded its prior overall score by 7 points, which is a reflection of the hard work happening in classrooms each day. These achievements are especially meaningful given the diverse needs of our students. For example, Applied Tech and Ironwood serve special education populations of 16% and 13%, respectively, while our highest scoring K-6 campus, Gilbert K-6, serves a 15% special education population. These numbers remind us that our mission is not just about scores. It's about serving all students and families with excellence, compassion, and a steadfast commitment to providing a moral and wholesome educational environment. As we look ahead, we respectfully seek your support to continue extending our efforts to all communities. Our academic team stands ready to offer guidance and partnership wherever there is opportunity for us to serve. Thank you for your time and for your continued trust and support. Are there any questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Amaris. President Montier, Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members of the board. Thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate the opportunity to be before you today to discuss the amendments currently under consideration. And because of the technical nature of the request, I'm going to read my prepared remarks. As you know, American Leadership Academy strives to grow where we are wanted and meet the needs of students and families that we serve. Since opening our first Arizona campus in 2009, we have been honored to partner with communities across the state. One of our original campuses, ALA Mesa Elementary, has served students and families since 2012. Over the years, that community has grown significantly with the development of the Eastmark neighborhood and more rapidly, the expansion just east in Apache Junction. As you are aware, a new site application for ALA Apache Junction was approved, and through that process, a site was selected and purchased in Apache Junction. This area is experiencing substantial growth, and we are eager to serve the families there. The selected site is located near our existing Mesa K-6 campus. After careful consultation with our families, teachers, and the ASBCS staff, it was determined that the best course of action would be to consolidate the ALA Mesa K-6 with the new ALA Apache Junction K-12 on the newly purchased site. Following discussions with Executive Director Ashley Berg, an amendment was approved administratively to move the Mesa Elementary CTDS number to the new ALA Apache Junction campus and expand the grade levels served. That approval occurred roughly 2 months ago. As a result, the original ALA Apache Junction CTDS number was now not being used and available, bringing us to the purpose of today's request. Recently, the city of Peoria approached American Leadership Academy with an urgent need. As you know, we recently opened our ALA Vistancia K-12 campus and have developed a strong partnership with that city. Peoria continues to experience rapid residential growth, with several new master plan communities underway. One of those communities had a school site designated at its center, originally planned to be built by the local school district. Earlier this year, however, the district informed the city that it would not be able to construct the school. The city was forced to explore alternative options to provide educational services to those families, and they turned to American Leadership Academy. We were able to move quickly to meet that need, and we are now requesting to relocate the ALA Apache Junction CTDS number to Peoria, adjusting the approved grade levels from K-12 down to K-8. We are grateful for your consideration and for your continued partnership as we work to meet the educational needs of families across Arizona. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, President Montier, Vice President Close, and Superintendent Designee Miller, and other members of the board. My name is Jordan Way, and I oversee the operations at American Leadership Academy. As we conclude, I'd like to reinforce why these two requests, a location change and a reduction in grades served, are not only well aligned with ALA's mission, but also deeply responsive to the needs of the community. Apologize, I'm on an iPad and it just messed up the location. The site specifically that's under consideration is approximately 9 miles from our ALA Vistancia site, about an 18-minute drive, making it a natural complement and a logical extension of the academic path families already trust. The location is within Alora Vita, I hope I said that right, a master plan community approved for nearly 4,000 homes, much of which is already built or currently underway. When completed, it is expected to add over 10,000 new residents. And that's just one development.
Within a 5-mile radius of the campus, conservative projections show that more than 6,000 new rooftops coming online within the next decade, growth that translates to roughly 15,000 or more new residents, many of them families. The need for accessible, high-quality education in this corridor is real and it is growing. This isn't just something that we've observed from a distance. We've been invited, as Leilani mentioned, by Peoria Mayor Jason Beck to help. He approached ALA when the district school originally planned for that site location was no longer able to move forward. Here's a portion of the letter now, which has been submitted for the public record. I am writing on behalf of American Leadership Academy to express my support for their continued efforts to serve the families of Peoria. As you know, Peoria is experiencing significant growth. With this growth comes an increased demand for essential community services, including schools. Several years ago, I became acquainted with American Leadership Academy and immediately recognized that their education model would be an excellent fit for the families in our community. Recently, a local school district relinquished a planned school site in a growing part of our city. To ensure that educational needs in that area were met, the City of Peoria proactively reached out to potential partners, including American Leadership Academy. ALA responded swiftly, securing the property and moving forward to meet the needs of our residents. We are grateful for your thoughtful consideration of this matter and for your ongoing support of education excellence in our community. This proposal reflects our desire to support families where they are when they need us the most, with a proven model and a long-term commitment to their success. We appreciate your consideration and your service. Thank you. And any questions you have, we're happy to take them.
Board members' questions?
Well,
Yes,
President
Dr.
Montier.
Crockett.
Thank you. It's not really a question. I just have a statement. I was very fortunate to visit the campus in Waddell and was very impressed with it. One of the things that really impressed me the most was the idea that American Leadership Academy spoke to the community first and determined whether there was a real need. And that was reiterated several times during the visit. And I just think that's based on what you've told me, that it sounds like you've done a great job everywhere. And that's why they want you in Peoria.
Thank you very much.
Member Barr?
Yeah. So why I'm kind of, what's striking me is this, we have approved a school in Apache Junction. You do due diligence and your research and time and location and piles of paperwork that are involved. And so I'm just wondering, I guess my biggest concern is, sorry, I'm thinking of how to phrase this. Why are you going this route other than it's easier as opposed to actually submitting a request for a new school site? Because it kind of seems like, I don't like the negative connotation, but it kind of feels like a bait and switch. You know, everything's good over here and now, oh no, never mind. We're going to, do something completely different elsewhere. And so for me, I think the concern is just, if you aren't going to do the Apache Junction location, I get it, but why not submit a new request for the new location instead of erasing the name and writing a new name in?
I'm happy to answer. Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. This is a conversation that I had with the charter operators. Yes, they would have this empty CTDS that they would not be using. And so to make sure that we didn't have an empty CTDS that was out there that was already approved, it was my recommendation to them that instead of coming into you all with a new school, that was be using an existing and already approved CTDS new school that they are not anticipating using.
I just have a follow-up question? I'm so sorry. So just for clarification for me, because this is the part I got a little bit confused on. So it sounds like, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, sounds like the school, I'm not going to get the name right, that's already in Apache Junction, that school, it starts with a B, I didn't write it down, I'm so sorry, is combining with the Apache Junction. Is there an enrollment or a grade increase in that? Because that's a K6.
Yes. So the original Mesa Elementary
Mesa,
K
that's right,
six.
sorry.
And then the new site, which was the ALA Apache Junction K-12.
Right.
Are consolidating. So when
To Apache Junction.
to Mesa Elementary CTDS. So the original Mesa Elementary, that has expanded the grade served to K-12. And so it's going to encompass the additional grades 7 through 12. So maybe if I could back up just a little bit, when all of this happened, as Ashley indicated, we had a long conversation with Ashley and we said, as we're looking at this geographically, like I said in my remarks, we reached out to our parents, our administrators, our families, and because those sites are pretty close, it just made the most sense to consolidate that. And instead of having two schools, again, to Mr. Swanson's point, two schools that are pretty close to one another, to consolidate those onto one campus. It worked better for everybody logistically. And so when we spoke to Ashley, she said, it's within 5 miles. We can do that administratively, expand the grade served, and it will use the CTDS number that currently is attached to Mesa Elementary. So for all intents and purposes, that is now Mesa Elementary plus grades 7 through 12. And so then the approved ALA Apache Junction CTDS was no longer being used, which is, again, when we spoke to Ashley, we told her about the request from Peoria. She said this would be a good use for that CTDS number, but because of the distance, it's approximately 50 miles from Apache Junction to Peoria. It's not something that can be done administratively. You guys need to come back in front of the board as an amendment. And so that's why we're here.
Right. So, and I got all of that part. I think that where I am just a little bit confused is, so we've delayed opening. So there are really three things that we're looking at right now. We're looking at a location change. We're looking at a grade change. And then we're also looking at a delay to open. So is it my understanding with regards to the Apache Junction Mesa that that's already ready to go for the 7 through 12?
So that is opening. That new location, the 712,
Right.
will be open in August.
Okay.
So it's under construction. We've had the groundbreaking, all of that.
Got it. Okay.
And I'll just clarifying point.
Yes.
The ALA Mesa campus, we are vacating next school year. And so the original plan for the Apache Junction site was to construct a K-12. That is still the plan, and that is what has been ongoing. It's just the elementary school that is so close is being absorbed into the new location, and the CTDS is transferring with that.
So we're not looking at a delay there at all as far as opening. The delay in opening is going to be fiscal year 27 for this proposed move to Peoria.
Correct. Currently, that land is vacant, and we would need to start construction soon.
And just to clarify, we're looking at grades K through 8?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other.
And may I clarify too, that delays to FY28.
Oh,
We apologize. The intro is incorrect, but the materials and the motion language are both correct. And I did verify their documentation says fall of 27, which would be fiscal 28.
got it. Yes. Okay. That makes sense. All right.
do have yeah.
Yes. Yes.
What will the Peoria campus be called what are you planning to call the Peoria campus? I'm sorry, it's lost a little in my paperwork.
Can you turn your microphone on, please? Thanks.
I apologize. Right now, it is ALA Peoria.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of less paperwork. So although it's a little confusing and difficult to follow, I do understand the intention, right? Like if we can do a little bit less and still accomplish the same goal. I think what's a little thick, and this would actually refer back to staff. I don't know if staff would be willing to pull this up and just discuss it for a minute. To Member Swanson's point, because there are so many different ALAs and because there are so many changes going on here, I did not find like the exhibit particularly easy to follow, like how many schools are within the 5 miles of the proposed Peoria, and how those schools are doing, if those are charters or public. So if we could revert back to staff questions and just take a look at that, I'd really appreciate a little extra insight.
Member Miller, there are, in the proposed location, there are 25 total schools currently within a 5 mile radius of that proposed location. 6 of those are charter schools. Within 2 miles, it's 6 total schools, and 3 of those are charter schools. And then all of those schools in that location within a 5-mile radius are A schools. They're all performing it with an A letter grade as of fiscal year 24. The fiscal year 25 grades came out too late for me to have time to pull them all.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Do you know, and it might not be easy for you to pull up quickly either, but is that similar to the Apache Junction location we approved, or were there less other options in that area?
That I would have to look backwards. Okay, hang on. We're looking.
I'm going to ask an easier question while you're looking for that. Is
Give
that
us the
okay?
easy one.
All right. So the easy question, are we eventually going to change the Mesa name to not say Mesa Elementary plus 7 through 12? Because that's a little weird. Yes. Okay. Just checking.
Rachel is faster on the looking back at previous materials than I am this morning. We're racing.
I was really trying to give you some time with that question too. Are there any questions online that I need to be concerned about or hands raised or anything? No? Okay. I'll keep just kind of filling the dead air for a minute. Oh, you ready? Rachel, go.
It's important to note that this information is not current. It is from the time at which you approved it, because I found those materials. Thank you, Shannon, for putting that date in your intro. At the time that you approved the Apache Junction campus, there were 8 plus 8 is 16, 27 schools in a 5-mile radius, with 5 of them being charter schools, a smattering of A, B, and C options. Within 2 miles, there were 5 schools, 2 of them being charter schools, B and C schools.
Thank you so much. I
You're welcome.
appreciate you spending the extra time on that.
Do we have any other questions? It's Stump Rachel and Shannon Day, so no? Yes,
I'd like to make a motion.
please.
I move based upon the information contained in the board materials and presented today to approve the request to move the location of American Leadership Academy Apache Junction to Peoria to decrease the grades from K through 12 to K through 8 and to delay the opening of the school to FY 28 for the contract with American Leadership Academy, Inc.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Member Stratton. Ashley, roll call, please.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye, and congratulations.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Just please forgive my poor choice of your words with swoop. I didn't mean it as a pejorative at all, but I vote aye.
President Monteith.
Aye. Oh, did we get Member Barr?
I think so.
Did you? Okay,
Yes.
we did. Okay. I'm sorry. I was trying to write it down and then I got distracted by Member Swanson. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Congratulations.
Motion passes.
All right. On to agenda item I2, presentation by Rachel, Desert Star Academy.
President Monteith, Vice President Close, and Superintendent Designee Miller. Before I give you the intro for I2, a little general information regarding amendments, which you will get each month, usually at the top, but we had a unique situation today. Today, you will be considering 4 additional, that's not true. There are now 3 additional amendments on the regular agenda. Each of these amendments have been reviewed by board staff and have been deemed to be substantively complete. They have been placed on the regular agenda because they do not meet the staff recommendation criteria. The reasons each charter holder does not meet that criteria are outlined in the executive summary in a handy dandy pink and green and white chart for each individual amendment being considered. And now, Desert Star Academy. This charter holder has submitted an amendment request to increase its enrollment cap from 810 to 1,200 for fiscal year 2026. The increase is to accommodate increased enrollment during the final rollout of high school grades, which they've already been approved to serve and are serving many of those at this time. I'm available for questions if you have any.
Board members, questions? No? Is there anybody that we need to invite in from the overflow room?
No, we did not have to utilize the overflow room
Oh,
today.
well, that's lovely. Okay. Do we have a member of the charter online?
Yes.
Hi,
Yes.
welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Good morning. First, I'd like to begin with some updated news from Desert Star Academy. We just were informed with the school letter grades that our school now is going to be a B letter grade, with the possibility of maybe even being an A. When we added the high school last year, and our school letter grade came out, they gave us 0 points for our graduation. And so we're appealing that because we did not have juniors or seniors, so we weren't even eligible for those points. So when we spoke to the committee yesterday, they said, go ahead and appeal to that because they'll take those 20 points away. And with deducting those 20 points based on our current points, we would sit probably to have an A. So we're pretty excited about the work that we have done over the years, over this last year with our scholars and the success that we're moving forward with our high school. Today, we would like to increase the cap because last year when we submitted the amendment for the high school grade, I was under the understanding that our cap currently had to be 85%. Our enrollment had to be 85% of our cap, and at that time that it wasn't, so we didn't ask for the cap. What we did not realize is that our 810 cap was based on grades K-8 and not on the additional 4 grades that we would be having over the next 3 years. So we would like to petition the board for an amendment so that we can have a high school with 100 scholars per grade level. Currently, we have between 74 and 75 in our middle school, and look forward to serving these scholars as well as some additional members from the community that would like to come to enroll with us. So adding the 400 scholars for the high school would give us a total of 1,200 scholars. And right now, Desert Star Academy is just increased. We have increased every single year that we've been open for the past 11 years. We recently, last year, completed a gym, and with that gym, we were able to increase our facility. And at that time, over this past year, we've increased 120 scholars in the 25 school year, and this year we've added another 80 scholars to what we currently had. Right now, we have 42 scholars on our wait list for the 2027 school year among grades 5 through 12. So with that in mind, we would really, and we also are in the process of building a high school campus. So once that high school campus goes up, we're really going to need that cap increase so that we can continue to provide our services and our education model to the community. So we are requesting a cap increase of 400 scholars so that we can continue on the path that we're on. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Board members' questions? I don't see any online. Okay, if we don't have any questions, is there a motion? Do we have someone?
Question for staff.
Yes, question for staff.
I'm glad to hear that the school grade has gone up because that was one of my concerns is the vacillating grades over the last several years. This is also a school that was on intervention just a year ago. And their 24 numbers were, while it met our standards, some of the key aspects were approaching, which gave me some concern for growth. Do we know anything about the financial improvement of the school at this point? I know it's a little early for audits to be in. And then I guess the extension of that is if we don't know, and perhaps this is a question for the school, is there any reason why we couldn't wait a month or two to see that come in before and know the school has sort of solidified the financial grounding before we increase the size?
Member Snyder, just to clarify, the school was rated as good standing for FY 2022 based on their FY 22 audit, and then intervention for their FY 2023 audit, and then in good standing for their FY 24 audit. We do anticipate that we will get this charters audit in the next few weeks with the November 15th deadline.
And just if I can add, right now, we are meeting the good standard in our financials as well as the academics. So when we turn in the 25 audit, we will be financially in good standing.
And I guess my specific concern with 24 is while overall they met our standard, the cash balance was approaching and I would like to see that stronger for a growing school. So do you know how your cash balance will look this year versus last year in terms of number of days?
Yes, the cash balance will increase. I don't have the exact number, but I will tell you in 2024, we anticipated being able to have a high school. So we hired staff in anticipation of the high school coming on board so that they would be able to become familiar with our culture, with our scholars, and not be brand new when we come in to have our high school. So that's why our 2024 was not financially, did not meet the financial criteria.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Dr.
Oh,
Crockett.
one other thing
sorry.
that I'm sorry, that I did want to add is that between our cash ending in June for our 2025 year, we received considerable funds through the ERC program, and those funds came in to our bank account in July. So that wasn't calculated into the June 30th, 2025 cash flow, but we're significantly better and stronger financially right now. And we do meet the cash flow and the debt service ratio to be going for a bond for our high school. So our financials are much stronger than they were the last year.
Thank you. Dr. Crockett, you had a question?
Yes, just a quick question. Would there be any reason, I mean, what's the rationale for doing this now rather than waiting until your audit is here and we can more fully evaluate your request?
We wanted to be able to have the cap to let our public and our community know that we do have room and we won't be having a waiting list. We have 2 charter schools in our area that have current waiting lists, and so the public is very, very nervous about us having the cap to be able to take their students and be able to keep them with us through those high school grades.
Thank you.
Member Barr?
Excuse me. Congratulations on getting your letter grade up, by the way. I know that was good news for a lot of people. So just to confirm, you currently are actively serving grades K through 11, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's just if you're going to be adding 1 grade, and I know additional, like I said, 8th graders in there, just increasing by an extra 50% seems kind of like a very large step to take at this point. So if you're anticipating adding another grade level at about 100 students, and do you think that maybe 1,200 might be a bit much? Like if we looked at more like 1,000, would that accommodate you until we can get your reports out and take care of your wait list?
Yes, I believe 1,000 would get us by for possibly another year or so. It's really hard to say right now because once we have our high school campus online, I do anticipate increasing by another 100+ scholars just because right now our high school is in a strip mall, and there was a lot of concern with parents of enrolling their scholars with us because they didn't want their high school experience to be in a strip mall. So once we are introducing our high school campus and renderings on Wednesday, we wanted to be able to confidently tell the people that we do have room and we'll be able to accept their scholars without a doubt. Also, as the year's progressing on, we do get some scholars that want to move. So I wanted to make sure that we were covered and so that we could go all the way up to our 810 this year and be able to start enrolling in February and March when we have open enrollment for the 27 school year.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions from the board? I don't see any online, correct? All right, with that, do we have a motion?
Make a motion.
Okay.
I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to approve the request to increase the enrollment cap for the contract with Desert Star Academy from 810 to 1200 beginning in FY 2027.
Motion was made. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ashley, can we get a roll call, please?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Just want to address the 1200 just real quickly for Member Barr. In listening to the comments from the charter holder, I felt like they're progressing and they're going to have a larger school and, you know, if they're not meeting their financial metrics, they'll be in front of us before then anyways. So I just went with 1200. Aye.
President Montiers.
I would like to make a comment and then my vote. I understand where you're coming from, Member Barr, and I personally would have felt a little bit more comfortable with 1,000, I think, just to start. But I do understand that that would then mean coming before the board again in the near future. So I just wanted to put that out there as a comment, but I vote aye as well.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Yes.
Thank you.
Can we get a 5-minute restroom break, please, before we move forward?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Member Ruiz and Miss Jones, are you online?
I'm back. I've been here. Yep.
Miss Jones?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. All right. Well, then we are going to go ahead and come back into session. We will call roll really quickly. More. Go ahead. Jessica, or Miss Montier, President Montier.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jessica's good. I'm good with that.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Vice President Close. Okay. Superintendent Designee Miller.
Here.
Miss Barr.
Here.
Dr. Crockett.
Here.
Miss Jones.
Here.
Mr. Ruiz.
Here.
Mr. Snyder.
Here.
Mr. Stratton.
Here.
Mr. Swanson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Lovely. Moving on to agenda item I3, Empower College Prep presentation by Rachel.
Members of the board, Empower College Prep has submitted a new school amendment request to add Empower College Prep High School Maryvale to its charter. The new school would be located in Phoenix near Thomas Road and 75th Avenue, serve students in grades 9 through 12, and open in fiscal year 2027. I'm available for questions if you have any.
That was pretty self-explanatory. Do we have any questions, board members? No. Do we have a representative from the charter? Lovely. Welcome.
President Montier, Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and members of the board. My name is Brian Holman. I'm the founder and executive director of Empower College Prep. Since our founding in 2012, we have grown from 60 fourth and fifth graders in the basement of a local church to serve about 1,100 students on the I-17 in Camelback. Our mission throughout that time has remained the same. We empower children from low-income communities to succeed in college, solve real world problems, and maximize their impact in the world. We have delivered on this mission by consistently celebrating over 80% of our graduates being accepted to a four-year university, and over 90% continue their education somewhere, whether it be a university or community college or trade school. Some go to military. Our first graduates from the class of 2020 have already exceeded the state's 2030 goal of 60% attaining a post-high school certificate or degree. These outcomes significantly outperform the state national averages, which is even more extraordinary given the vast majority of our students have overcome major challenges to get there, including language barriers. 50% of our students are English learners. And violence in their home countries, about 10% come from countries with refugee status. And poverty. Over 80% of our students qualify for free or reduced lunch. The Maryvale community has students with similar needs to those we have served for over a decade in the Alhambra community. We now seek to provide a values-based college prep charter high school opportunity that will empower hundreds of students in Maryvale to go to college and change the world alongside the students we currently serve at our current campus. How can I respond to questions?
Board members, do we have any questions? No? Any online at all? No? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right.
What? I'm good. All right, I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to approve the request to add the new school, Empower College Prep High School, Maryvale, serving grades 9 through 12 in Phoenix, to the contract with Empower College Prep.
Thank you, Member Swanson. I just want to second that wholeheartedly.
Vice President Close.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Miss Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Miss Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Snyder.
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Mr. Swanson, President Montier.
What?
Oh, no, wait,
I
hold
haven't
on.
voted yet.
Oh, I'm
Wait,
sorry.
Hold on, wait. We got to go back to the Member Stratton. The microphone shut off at Member Stratton.
Oh,
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. go
I
ahead.
vote aye.
Thank you.
Oh, your microphone again.
Okay. Mr. Swan.
Obviously, I'm going to vote aye. It's great when you put a presentation together and you don't get any questions. Thank you for what you're doing for the kids in those communities. It is heartwarming and very much appreciated. So good luck.
Me?
President Montier.
Okay. And the part that you missed was they were rock, paper, scissors to see who would do the motion over here. That's what you missed. So
You're doing that good of a
Jim-
job.
Member Swanson won. Yes. My vote is also aye. Congratulations and great work.
Motion passes.
All right. Agenda item I4, Madison Highland Prep Phoenix. Presentation by it is, Rachel again. Yes. It's either the Rachel or Shannon show today, so I could just draw a straw and be okay.
Well, after this, it's the Shannon only show, which is why I took amendments. All right. Madison Highland Prep Phoenix has submitted an amendment request to increase its enrollment cap from 550 to 650 for the current fiscal year 2026. The increase is to allow the enrollment of a full freshman class as the charter holder is serving grade 12 for the first time this year due to its plan for a slow roll-up of grades. I'm available for questions should you have any, and I do see that the charter representative is on the Zoom.
Do we have any questions for Rachel? No. Before we begin, I would just like to say congratulations to Highland Prep West Hornets soccer squad for claiming the crown last night. Wonderful job. All right. And we do have wait, he was just there. Representative from the charter is present online.
He was just there.
He was there. Here he is. Nope. Just Carla, just member Ruiz. Everyone is being so patient with our technical difficulties today, by the way. Thank you all so much. Sometimes this happens.
President Montier,
Sir.
while we're waiting, do we know what the 2025 grade was for the school?
We sure do. This charter holder did receive a 2025 letter grade of B, which is how it became eligible to submit this request. Prior to that, it was not eligible due to not receiving a letter grade. This contract's only been in play for about 3 years. I can also report that their proficiency scores are 38% in both ELA and math. I will also let you know that this charter holder is actually appealing its letter grade. In hopes of getting an A due to the fact that they didn't serve seniors. So they're missing some very key points in the letter grade system.
Okay.
It did look like he froze right before we went to him. So he may have logged out to log back in.
Do we have any information?
I'm messaging him right now.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, I know the charter representative has not had a chance to speak. Based on the minute or the information that we have, does anybody have any questions right now that could potentially be answered by staff? No? Okay. Maybe next time I'll reserve my comments for the end because apparently it scared everybody away. I do have Mr. Clark on the line, Dr. Clark on the line. I told him you don't have any questions for him. Is there anything you would like of him? The internet at his school has just died. Is it possible to put him on speakerphone and then hold him up to the mic?
I can try. Carrie,
Let's
I'm going to
just
put
see.
you on speaker and see if that works. Okay. Okay, go for it. Oh, Ashley, your phone is turned way down.
Good morning.
There we go. We can hear you. Good morning.
President, members of the board, Executive Director Ashley Berg. Thanks for consideration of our amendment. Apologies for our profound telecommunication issues.
No worries. We had some as well. This is actually pretty awesome. So we are very happy to hear from you. I don't know if you heard me before. Your internet froze, but congratulations to your soccer team for the crown.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. I was over there this morning. It was a little party. So
Well, potentially will be a bigger party. Do we have board members? Do we have any questions for the charter representative? If not, then we will go ahead and move forward with a motion. Yes. All right. Member Snyder.
Did I not get into the contest properly? I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to approve the request to increase the enrollment cap from 550 to 650 for the contract with Madison Highland Prep Phoenix.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
That would be Member Stratton.
Vice President Close. Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Miss Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Miss Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Snyder.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye. Congratulations. Looks like you're having a bigger party.
thank you very much. I appreciate all of your support.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. And we are moving forward to agenda item J. J1. Okay. All right. The slide doesn't show it, so I'm good.
So this is where you get to listen to me talk for a long time before
It's
we
the
have to-
Shannon show,
It is,
everyone.
It is.
All right. New
right.
charter applications. Shannon has a presentation.
Yes, we
And
have
then
an intro and then we'll jump right into.
lovely.
Yep,
Well,
perfect.
the floor is yours, Shannon.
Thanks. First, board staff would like to provide some background information about the application cycle. At its February meeting, the board approved the current application for a new charter for both brick and mortar and online schools. Each year, the board approves updated expectations and criteria for applicants. In February, board staff provided training for applicants to outline the process and changes for the cycle and to answer questions about the criteria and expectations for each of the required plans. Applicants were required to submit applications by a deadline of April 23rd, 2025. The applicants before you today have likely been working on these applications for a year or more. After submission, application packages were reviewed by board staff for administrative completeness, which includes ensuring that all materials are submitted and ready for review, and that the application fee has been received. After the administrative review, applications are forwarded to the Technical Review Panel, or TRP, to undergo the substantive review of the application package. Individuals for the Technical Review Panel are recruited from across the country. Applicants for the TRP submit resumes and written responses to questions related to TRP qualifications. Board staff reviews these resumes and written responses and chooses top candidates with expertise in charter school business, operations, and academics. Once these individuals are chosen, teams of 3 are formed to review applications. Board staff strives to ensure that the experience on these teams is well balanced in each of the 3 areas that were previously mentioned. Additionally, board staff endeavors to assign teams to applications in which they may have greater expertise. For example, if an application indicates that it will serve an alternative population as defined by the Arizona Department of Education, we try to assign the application to a team with experience and expertise with that population or chosen model. Additionally, applications and team members are reviewed to ensure that any potential conflicts are avoided. For example, if an applicant intends to open in a certain city, the team is comprised of individuals that do not have charters in that city or surrounding areas and are not currently looking to expand to that area. These processes help to ensure that each team reviewing an application is doing so objectively and without conflict. The board's criteria for substantive completeness is defined in the publicly released new charter application instructions. Using rubrics, the TRP reviews the application packages against the criteria set by the board, first through independent individual reviews, then through a consensus process that includes all 3 team members. Board staff, me, sits in on the consensus calls to clarify statutes, rules, and criteria and to ensure an understanding of the TRP's discussions and rationale for their determined ratings. For applications that include the intent to have an AOI, the AOI components were forwarded to Rio Salado for their review. The criteria used by Rio Salado are in the application instructions and are consistent with the criteria used to evaluate AOI packages for existing charters in the portfolio. After this initial review, the completed rubrics are released to the applicants and they are given the opportunity to revise and resubmit their application packages based on the feedback provided by the TRP and Rio Salado, if applicable, in the rubric. During the time between the release of the rubric and the resubmission, board staff provided applicants the opportunity to engage in meetings with staff to answer questions about ratings, clarify TRP feedback, and provide technical assistance regarding the revision and resubmission process. When the application packages are resubmitted, they go through a final evaluation by the review teams against the same criteria. And once again, these rubrics, which again include feedback, are provided to applicants. If an application is substantively complete, it automatically proceeds to the interview. The applicants before you today requested that their substantively incomplete applications proceed to the capacity interviews. The TRP conducts a capacity interview with each applicant team. This opportunity is used to gain clarification on any areas of deficiency that still remain in the application, and also to assess the capacity of the applicant team. To do this, the TRP asks questions about the application itself, providing the applicant the opportunity to verbally address the concerns the TRP may still have after the review of the paper application, whether in areas that meet the standard or not. These questions may also relate to concerns the TRP has about the viability or sustainability of the applicant's plan. Additionally, the TRP may ask scenario-based questions to understand the capacity of the team and its ability to work through situations or problems that may arise with the plans described in the application. Applicants were asked during the capacity interview about their engagement with the support and engagement opportunities offered by board staff during the cycle, from training to rubric review meetings to pre-interview discussions. The applicants' responses, including information about how they used those opportunities for reflective learning and improvement, are outlined in the TRP recommendation reports included in the posted board materials. After each capacity interview, the TRP confers to determine whether to provide the board a recommendation to approve or deny each application package. The TRP uses information from the paper application and the capacity interview to make this recommendation. Finally, the team leads, with input from their additional team members, write the recommendation reports using the information gathered from the application package, rubrics, and capacity interview. This year's reports also include an additional areas for consideration, directing the board to specific considerations regarding the TRP's lingering concerns or additional questions that may be helpful. These reports are included in the board materials you have before you today, along with an executive summary outlining each applicant's proposed program of instruction, its target population, and its operational and financial plans. For applicants with an education service provider, you will find an additional appendix outlining information about the background, history, and performance of the proposed education service provider. As outlined, the new charter application process is one that is both rigorous and lengthy, with many levels of review conducted by qualified individuals. Before we move to this year's applications, do any board members have any questions or comments about the process as described?
It does not look like we do. That was very thorough. Thank you, Shannon. And now on to our first applicant.
All right. American Legacy Charter Schools, Inc. has submitted a new charter application package to open American Legacy Academy, providing a holistic 3-pillar model that targets academic excellence, character development, and physical fitness, serving grades K through 8 in Flagstaff. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set forth set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's operational plan scored 88.89% and the business plan scored 91.11%. The educational plan did meet the minimum scoring requirement at 96.61%. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved, but with hesitation as outlined in the recommendation report. And I am available for questions.
Board members, any questions for Shannon? Do we have a representative from the charter? Lovely. Come on up.
I believe there should also be a representative. Okay.
Is there someone online as well?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. There we go.
Oh, there she is. Yeah. Okay. Is it good morning? Oh, good afternoon, 12:01. My name is Mary Karen Smith, and I'm the president and treasurer of the corporate board. And
my name is Michelle Paul, and I'm the secretary.
And we have one online.
Hi there. My name is Alana Coolman, and I am a director on the corporate board.
I would like to thank the charter board staff for their guidance and meaningful feedback, and the TRP for their confidence in our board's ability to address and overcome any shortfalls. There are two key areas I would like to discuss. First, K-8 experience. Our corporate board was intentionally designed with a full spectrum of educational experience, spanning preschool, elementary, high school, and university teaching and leadership. This depth provides a clear understanding of the continuous pathway of student learning. Since the capacity interview, I have completed a master's in educational administration, including a 17-week K-12 internship at an Arizona charter school. I bring 8 years of public high school teaching experience, 4 years of community college at the community college level, and K-8 leadership through operating an in-person tutoring hub during the COVID. Our board includes Dr. Alana Kuhlman, who's a literacy and writing professor at NAU, whose expertise strengthens ALA's literacy focus, and Michelle Paul, who holds a master's degree in elementary education, has taught K-8 summer math programs, and currently oversees more than 90 Quality First preschools across northern Arizona. Her expertise is inspirational in teacher training. We also added 2 educators with direct K-8 teaching and administrative experience to the governing board. Second, governance and facilities. Our governing board was expanded to 7 members, giving non-ex officio members the majority. We retained Udall Shumray for legal counsel and Granite Mountain Accounting for payroll and monthly financial statements. We have secured a leased facility, arranged for an ADA compliant elevator, and will issue teacher contracts in April. ALA is ready to serve students with an evidence-based program that integrates academic excellence, strong character, and physical fitness. Our full circle governing board transforms education from a series of disconnected stages into a coherent, student-centered continuum of lifelong learning. Thank you.
Board members, do we have any questions for the charter?
I have a quick one. I know the ADA compliant elevator was an issue. What's the timeline on that being built in the future?
The timeline, we just had a pre-qualification meeting or pre-application meeting with the city of Flagstaff. And we have someone working on it right away, and it will definitely be up and running. We consider ourselves completely ready by the fall of August 2026, if not before.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
President Montier?
Yes, sir.
Question. Thank you for the presentation. And you addressed a number of the issues that came up in the TRP, and the TRP process has thrown me a curveball with this approved with hesitation thing, which apparently is meant to get at me to think about what is going on more. But I have a question. So given their questions, and the things that you've done since the capacity interview and so forth, how do you think you would do if you went back to them today?
Oh, very well.
Would you think you addressed all their questions?
Absolutely.
It sounds like it. But, okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one comment I'd like to add. I was just going over all the information as well, and I saw that your scores improved significantly after your first TRP interview, especially with the operational plan. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that you guys obviously, took their advice seriously and went back and made the desired corrections and significantly improved your scores. So thank you. It's nice to see that.
Yes. And I just have one other question. Did you already go through Arizona Corporation Commission for your board, the additional board members? They've already been approved and everything?
That is a governing board as opposed to the corporate
Governing board.
board.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So-
So you're set with all of your governing board. Everything's
Our
okay?
corporate board will maintain the 3.
Okay.
And then our governing board will have the 3 plus 4 additional members to make sure that they have a majority.
Wonderful. All right.
Yeah.
And congratulations on your master's degree. That's fantastic.
Exciting. I have a 4.0.
Wow. Looks like we're having another party today.
Yes.
All right. If there are no other questions, wow, hard for me to say, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right.
Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for American Legacy Charter Schools, Inc., and the information provided by representatives of American Legacy Charter Schools Incorporated during consideration, and given it is within the direction of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to American Legacy Charter Schools, Inc., to serve grades K through 5 in year 1 with an enrollment cap of 170, grades K through 7 in year 2 with an enrollment cap of 220, and grades K through 8 in year 3 and beyond with an enrollment cap of 245. This approval is to open the school American Legacy Academy in Flagstaff, pending completion of the requirements of board rule and the board's ready to open checklist once it is approved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Wonderful. Ashley, roll call, please.
Vice President Close,
I'm going to vote aye, and assuming this motion passes, I just want to wish you all the best in the future.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
I, and I just want to make a comment that it's great to see some, dedication to Flagstaff too, because I know there's a need. Thank you.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Monteith.
I second Member Jones' comment and aye.
Motion passes.
And we have clapping. Yay! I guess we are having a party. Okay.
And President Monteith, for
Yes.
this next agenda item, it's our understanding that representatives for the application are not here in the room, and nor are they on the computer, and nor can we get a hold of them by telephone. So it would be appropriate at this time to make a motion to move this agenda item to the end.
Can
To
do.
allow them some time to.
All right. So on to agenda item J2, which I am going to, oh, sorry. No. Yes. Make a motion to.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. That's where I was going. Okay. We try it again. Okay. We are moving on to agenda item J2, and I am going to make a motion that we move this to the end of the J section to give the charter representative an opportunity to participate. Do we have a
I'll
second?
second your motion.
Wonderful. Roll call, please.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz, sorry,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Yes.
President Monteith.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. On to agenda item J3, AZ Rush Education Sports Academics. That is a mouthful, and it sounds like it's a presentation by Rachel.
I'm going to take over for a moment while Shannon works on getting a hold of our other applicant. Members of the board, AZ Rush Education Sports Academies has submitted a new charter application package to open News Point Academy, providing a college preparatory whole child development school model with an international baccalaureate framework and elite athletics integration, serving grades 9 through 12 in Mesa. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 37.10%, the operational plan scored 63.89%, and the business plan scored 51.11%. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved. I'm available for questions if you have any.
Board members, do we have any questions?
I have a question. Sorry, I have a question.
Yes.
In terms of the focus on athletics, are there particular sports? Which sports are you guys focusing on?
I think that would be a great question to ask the applicant, but I will tell you that some of their affiliations would be very soccer focused.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Rachel specifically? Board staff? No? Okay, then do we have a representative from the charter? We have a few representatives from the charter. Welcome. Come on down. Don't be shy.
All right, we have quite a few representatives, but I promise they all won't talk.
Well, welcome to all of you.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. At News Point Academy, also AZ Rush Education Sports Academies, our mission is to empower students through a rigorous college preparatory education that also fosters leadership, sportsmanship, and community. We're committed to developing well-rounded individuals who excel academically, thrive athletically, and lead with integrity. My name is Dr. Melanie Larson, and I'm the Dean of Schools for AZ Rush Education Sports Academies, and I'm here to share our progress and vision for News Point Academy as we seek charter authorization. We believe News Point Academy will bring something truly unique to the community we plan to serve. A school that combines strong academics with elite athletic opportunities. Since our capacity interview, we've continued to make steady progress. We've submitted our ASBCS grant and we have an interview scheduled in December. We have our lease agreement ready to be turned in tomorrow with Arizona Athletic Grounds. We have contracts ready to sign with Vertex Education to support with IT, NSLP, and marketing. We have continued to network within our community to continue to build those partnerships and establish visibility. We are working on our seed and new school grants, and we've continued with our marketing campaign, but we plan to launch with Vertex Education as of tomorrow. We will also be meeting with our architects at the Arizona Athletic Grounds this week, so we've made significant progress. Our governing board includes leaders from both education and athletics who bring deep expertise in student development, academics, and school operations. We also value the voices of our community and families, which is why several community members and future News Point families spoke earlier during the call to the public. Their involvement and feedback have been instrumental in shaping News Point Academy's design, priorities, and our vision. We remain focused on thoughtful planning, strong governance, and meaningful community engagement as we prepare to open in July of 2026. At this point, I'd like to introduce the team that I brought today. Lance Thompson, our athletic director, who will share more about our sports programs and vision for developing student athletics. Then we also have representatives from Vertex Education who are available to answer any questions. We have Jim Sigmund, the proposed school principal, Emily Britton, the board president, Samantha Johnson, a board member, who are also available to answer any questions. Thank you again for your time and consideration. We're grateful for your support and excited to continue moving forward to make News Point Academy a reality. And Lance Thompson?
Thank you, Dr. Larson and members of the board. Quick background on myself. I've been involved in athletics for over the last 30 years at either the intercollegiate level or the secondary level. Been fortunate enough to coach or hold athletic administrative roles. I've coached at the FIFA CONCACAF World Cup qualification levels for a little country in the Caribbean called Turks and Caicos. If you have not had the opportunity to go visit, you need to put that on your bucket list to go visit. I've also been an administrator, as I said earlier, for 20 plus years in the collegiate environment. One thing that makes us a little bit unique and special is our high performance programming, which is very much data driven, in addition to our leadership academy that's associated with the high performance programming. I was a part of actually developing the Leadership Academy at Grand Canyon University for their club sports department. And some of those successes have carried over into other work that we've accomplished and that we've done. The Leadership Academy really has a focus on what I like to call a leadership pathway, really works with these student athletes, 9th through 12th grade, with a focus on responsibility, commitment, accountability, and also in team environments and being able to hold their teammates accountable. So we have seen a multitude of success with this programming. We're looking very much forward to following my passion in assisting student athletes achieving their academic and athletic goals, even beyond the high school opportunity. I believe we had a question regarding some of the sports. If I could take a second maybe to answer that. One focus was soccer, also baseball, softball, volleyball, and basketball for the focal sports. Thank you.
And so at this point, we're available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, board members, do we have any questions? Member Barr.
I have a couple questions.
Yep.
I'm a teacher, so I focus on the educational scores. That's not very impressive, 37%. Can you speak to maybe why you think you scored that low and what you plan to do to improve your educational plan between now and next year?
Absolutely. So I'm going to have Mr. Sigmund, our school principal, focus in on that question.
Yeah.
Oh, it was on.
Yes, I think we were able to definitely address that issue, that low score during the capacity interview. I think there may have been some sort of disconnect between what we have as far as a program and how it was presented in the application submittal itself. And we were able to, I believe, clarify what we plan to do when we were, talking during the capacity interview. You could definitely tell with the TRP, some heads started nodding, things like that, where they were able to understand what we were saying.
Can you give me an example maybe of something that came up that you were able to address during that meeting?
I think some of it was the amount of credits that people would need in order to graduate, and there was a worry about forcing students to only take one pathway towards graduation, and we were able to explain our ability to have flexibility with students. And of course, the realization that not every student enrolled in our school is going to become a college athlete, and that we will have that flexibility for the program of study for different students.
Okay. And kind of a follow-up to that, obviously, any student who enrolls at your school would be welcome. So can you address, if you do have a student with perhaps physical disabilities, how you would make them a part of your community?
Yeah, we would make any accommodations that would be necessary, and it would be based on a case by case basis. We would have to find out, what that student can do, what that student can't do, and because of our size, relatively small school, we would definitely have that ability to work with that student, work with that student's family, to find out what they are comfortable with.
Okay, and obviously participation in sports is not necessarily required to be at your school?
No, we do have, they would take physical education classes, but a lot of that is also has that leadership component built into it. So if a kid was not able to perform, they would at least get that leadership component that we're trying to get across. So they would have the opportunity for that. But students would not be required to participate in any type of program after school. They would not, if they didn't want to play on the school team itself, I think we'll have a situation where a lot of our students will probably be involved in some kind of club ball. So they may go to our school during the day, which is at the Arizona Athletic Grounds, and then they'll go to their practice or their games with their club team, and they're already there.
Okay, and a concern that has come to me as a teacher in a charter school, obviously the educational component is the most important. So what sort of, I'm assuming you're going to have students who are very gifted athletes who are maybe not performing as well in the classroom. So how do you plan on supporting those so they're eligible to play for the school?
Having remediation programs, offering tutoring, things of that nature. Once again, with being a small school, we can tailor that towards the individual to determine, what they need in order to progress, in order to become eligible. Sure.
So as we stated in the interview, as well as our application package, we're utilizing NWEA and IXL to really track students to determine where they are and what gaps we need to fill or potentially enrichment opportunities we need to provide. And we're going to be using individual learning plans since we are so small, as Jim was emphasizing. It is wonderful. So we can look at students at a case-by-case basis. If students aren't progressing as fast as we'd like them to progress, we're able to put them on that individual learning plan and check in weekly through our AVID advisory program, as well as through other support systems at the school. So we do have those items built in to ensure that they are meeting those data points and they're growing, not only for sports, but also for their future.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
that answered my question very well. Thank you.
We do have a question online from Member Jones.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you all for being there. Appreciate your presentation. I do have a few questions that kind of relate maybe to a financial question, but also just the cost and expense of what does the approach look like with implementation of lots of extracurriculars, including sports. So, are you looking to phase in different types of sports as as you're progressing through the time? Are you looking to focus on one sport because the finances associated with each of those things is going to continually increase, and it may have been part of your package. I didn't see it. You probably answered it, but I didn't see it in the package, so I just wanted to make sure I asked you the question, see if you could provide an explanation on that part for me.
No, that's a great question and definitely something we've considered very deeply. One of the amazing things about being located at the Arizona Athletic Grounds is we have the advantage of taking part in all of the facilities. So we don't have to pay extra for a soccer field, a basketball court, weightlifting facility. We also don't have to build those out. Those are already built. They are amazing and we have full access to them, and that's built into our lease, that is built into our budget. And so when it comes to facility usage, which is usually a huge topic in charter schools that don't have those facilities on their campus, that is something we've already considered. We are also going to gradually implement sports, right? We'll probably start out with 3 to 4 major sports, depending on interest of students. Jim and I have both run small charter schools in the past, and you gradually open up sports opportunities depending on student interest. However, we are able to offer our HPP programming to a variety of sports during the school day within our facilities. So let's say we have a student who is very interested in basketball, but we're not, for the point of this question, we're not offering basketball yet. They can still participate in HPP programming to become better at their sport, use that data-driven leadership curriculum, but we might not offer basketball yet after school. So we are able to offer things during the school day, maybe not after school, and that will also take costs down. But we have implemented all of this into our budget to determine what makes sense for us, and we're well aware of the cost of sports. But that's a very good question.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that helps. So what you're saying, that the costs of students participating at that facility and using the facility is part of the overall lease cost.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and so that would only change in the event that the lease cost, or what was originally negotiated, would either increase because there's a opportunity that some of those things increase in the community, or there becomes more people that want to participate. There is a chance or a risk that it could change throughout the time you're there? Or do you think?
So I
do you
think
it's pretty fixed?
there's
Yeah.
probably always a risk, but right now we have a 3-year lease, as well as the fact that they are also not going to expand opportunities to other schools to utilize the facility in the way in which we're using the facility. So we'll be the only school besides a community college. So the only K-12 school utilizing the facility, and we have had that discussion. It is in the lease. So there's always that risk, but at least for these first 3 years as we're growing, we are locked into that cost.
Okay. So, and in the event that enrollment may not go in the direction you want it to go, you still have that fixed lease cost with all those, advantages or things that you can do, but you really, do you feel like you could renegotiate, or you could go back if you needed to reduce any expense if enrollment wasn't where you wanted it to be?
So that's a great question. We have a lot of guardrails in place in this lease because after the TRP provided us with our final scores, we went back to the drawing board with our budget to ensure that we built in these guardrails so that we could speak to them during that capacity interview as well as right now. And so we have locked it into the lease. We went back and forth with an attorney, with Arizona Athletic Grounds. It was about a 4-month process. And we ensured that if we don't meet certain numbers, we are only responsible for the number of students that we have for the usage of the facility. So we did put that into the lease to ensure that the numbers don't get out of control if we don't have the student numbers that we want. But we also went back to our budget and we made sure that we went up and down with enrollment numbers to make sure that even as low as 150 students in year 3, it would still work. And we know exactly how to make it work.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I appreciate you putting forth the effort to make sure that that is, part of your planning. So thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Member Swanson.
Thank you, President Montier. Two questions. One, first, in less than a minute, tell me how you threw an air ball for 2 attempts in front of the TRP, and then when you get in front of them and have the meeting, you're like at a triple double.
So we were confident since round 1 because we have the Arizona Athletic Grounds, but we also have a really strong team. And I think getting us in front of the capacity interview, in front of the TRP,
finally got her
to show that I have many years of small charter experience. Jim has many years of small charter experience. Emily Britton, who we had on the team, has many years. And so I think getting us in front of the TRP, as well as having our huge binder of just extra stuff that we did, because we're like, we took this feedback and we ran with it, and we made sure that we were very strong coming into that interview.
Thank you. And then just a follow up in their report, they made it a point to ask, what if Dr. Larson left? What is the contingency plan, and why would they want to ask that question? And what's the answer?
I think there is always that fear of what happens if leadership changes. And so I had that conversation with our board as well as with Jim, and we've already decided prior to that that Jim would take over my role, and then the board and Jim would determine who the principal would be moving forward. Just like if Jim were to leave, the board and myself would come in. So we would just follow the normal practices.
Any plans to leave?
Absolutely not. No.
Thank you.
All right, Member Stratton.
Yeah, I think this sounds like a great program, and I'm generally very supportive. But I did have one question that, as we were talking about the facility and the lease, that crossed my mind. You know, part of what we do is provide for and make sure that student safety and security is paramount. And I know that facility well, and it's a great facility, but there are a lot of people in and out of there. It's a large multi-use, multi-tenant facility. What types of steps, can you just talk a little bit about how you all plan to segregate your school and create a protective space for the students with so many people in and out of there of all different ages and
Absolutely. I'm going to have Jim speak
Great.
on this, but very important.
Yes. During our school day hours, when we're there, that facility is almost like a ghost town. The 15 to 20,000 people that flow through that place, that's on Saturdays and Sundays. So they also they have their own security. What also is helpful is the facility itself is set back so far from the roadway. You don't have people just wandering, because anyone who's at that facility has to have a purpose to be at that facility. There are cameras everywhere. As I said, they do have their own security. So if someone is there who shouldn't be, they're gonna find out, because anyone who's there is, they're supposed to be paying for something, whether it's a gym membership or it's a use of a field. Anyone who's there has to be a purpose. So if someone were to show up like that, there would be someone from the facility itself that would be able to help with that situation. And we're just not going to have those huge crowds during our normal school day, because a lot of that operation runs pretty much Friday late afternoon through Sunday, when the school's not going to be open.
okay, great, thank you.
Member Miller.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. It's exciting and different to see such a collaborative effort in the planning phases early on, right? The diversified thought. There is a special kind of crazy that happens in signing your name officially as the charter authorizer, the charter rep. So Dr. Larson, I was just wondering if you could just speak to your personal passion, like what it's different looking in on others doing it versus choosing to take the jump. So tell us why.
Yeah.
What's your
So
why?
I started as a Teach for America teacher way back when, directly out of my bachelor's degree, which I was supposed to be pre-med. That didn't quite go as planned, but it was a wonderful accident. And so I started in the Roosevelt School District. So Title I was always really my passion, and that's really where I spent a lot of my time. I was a teacher, I was an assistant principal, a curriculum coach. I kind of ran the gamut. And then it was by luck that I ended up at a Leona Group school, Southridge, where Jim was my principal. And I was the instructional coach, and I saw what an amazing team we made. So that helps me with this future planning, right? And so from there, the Leona Group gave me an amazing opportunity to run Ridgeview College Prep. I opened it from the ground up. I was door knocking. I was doing the things, and I embedded myself in that community, which is the same community that we are planning to serve. It's that Santan, Queen Creek, East Mesa, Apache Junction area. And so I made the leap because I realized It was amazing to open a school, and I had so much passion for Ridgeview. But I realized that that community is looking for sports. And every time they would come through my doors, they said, "What sports are you offering?" And I was like, "Well, we have some basketball, right? But we're really college prep." And so I really realized what the community needed. And I stumbled upon Rush Soccer, and they said, "We are opening schools and we'd love for you to open a school for us." And so I was lucky enough and fortunate enough to have the opportunity to extend my passion of opening a school in a community I love and then provide sports, which is what I realized the community wanted. So I got lucky to be able to do exactly what I love in exactly the way I'd like to do it.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Any other questions from the board? No. All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll do it.
Okay, Member Barr.
Make sure I'm on the right one. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for AZ Rush Education Sports Academies and the information provided by the representatives of AZ Rush Education Sports Academies during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to AZ Rush Education Sports Academies to serve grades 9 through 10 in year 1 with an enrollment cap of 200, grades 9 through 11 in year 2 with an enrollment cap of 300, and grades 9 through 12 in year 3 and beyond with an enrollment cap of 400. This approval is to open the school News Point Academy pending completion of the requirements of board rule and the board's ready to open checklist once it is approved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Ashley?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Have fun. Good luck. Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
I and Dr. Larson, I knew you from somewhere, from Teacher America stuff. So yeah. Thank you. Aye.
President Monteith.
Very innovative. Congratulations. That's an aye from me as well. Do we get more clapping? Okay. Fantastic. All right. Are we moving on to agenda item J4? Yes. And that would be Meridian presentation by, well, everything is by Shannon now. So presentation by Shannon.
Rachel even ran away.
I know. She bounced real quick.
Meridian Preparatory Academy, Inc. has submitted a new charter application package to open Meridian Preparatory Academy, providing a model serving grades 9 through 12 in Phoenix, near 19th Avenue and Northern Avenue. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 88.71%, the operational plan scored 86.11%, and the business plan scored 88.37%. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved.
Questions for Shannon? I know we have a representative. Come on down.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Meridian Preparatory Academy, we are honored to stand before you today to present our new application package, and most importantly, to display the sheer resoluteness that has been key in helping us get to this point. We would also like to acknowledge the hard work of the technical review panel, Shannon Black, Rachel Hanna. Thank you for the feedback and the guidance that you provided throughout this application cycle. Today, our team has a renewed sense of commitment, an elevated level of tenacity, and we are confident in the work that has been done. While we know the real test lies ahead, we embrace the challenges of the past, and we excitedly look forward to serving our community through Meridian Preparatory Academy. As our school motto so simply states, find a way or make one, we did just that. And we will continue to do so in the years ahead. Thank you for your time today, and we excitedly welcome this opportunity. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Board members, questions? I feel like we asked questions the last time that we saw you. And so I feel like we could probably just move forward with a motion if anyone would like to do that. Okay.
Grab a chance here. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Meridian Preparatory Academy, Inc., and the information provided by representatives of Meridian Preparatory Academy, Inc. during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to Meridian Preparatory Academy, Inc. to serve grades 9 through 10 in year 1 with an enrollment cap of 150, grades 9 through 11 in year 2 with an enrollment cap of 280, and grades 9 through 12 with an enrollment cap of 420 in years 3 and beyond. This approval is to open the school, Meridian Preparatory Academy, pending completion of the requirements of board rule, and the board is ready to open checklist once it is approved.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I'm happy to second.
Happy to second. All right, Ashley, we're ready.
Vice President Close,
My member Swanson said it's always a good sign when nobody asks any questions. Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
You got me there. I'm so happy for the kids that you will serve and for you all. I vote aye. Thank you.
Ms. Barr.
At the risk of being repetitive, congratulations, you did the work, and good luck serving in a community that I know really could use you there. So
Thank
I
you.
vote aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye, and congratulations, and your persistence is a testament to what kind of work you're going to do. So we're excited.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruiz,
I vote aye and congratulations. I know this is not the first time you've been in front of the board, but with your persistence, I think the example that you set for your students is definitely going to help you to succeed.
Thank you.
Mr. Snyder,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Thanks for making a difference in the community. And I vote aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Again, welcome back. Sorry. Thanks though, but thank you for being persistent and getting this thing right, and super excited for you guys. I vote aye.
President Monteith.
Everyone else said it far more eloquently than I did. I will, but we are pumped to have you. Super excited. Aye, all the way. More applause. Let's go. All right.
Woo! Yeah.
All right. Member Snyder, I think that you have prior engagement. Yes? Okay. Do we need to do a roll call? I'm not sure how this part works.
No, we'll make it sure it's noted in the motion
Okay.
sheet.
All right. Thank you so much for being here. Okay. And we are moving on to agenda item J5. Shannon again?
I don't know. I don't think I should have to read after people almost make me cry. So, Mosaic Learning Academy has submitted a new charter application package to open Mosaic Learning Academy, providing a multi-grade classroom model serving grades K through 8 in Buckeye. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 84.75% and the business plan scored 86.67%. The operational plan met the minimum scoring requirement at 97.22%. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. And based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved.
Questions for Shannon? Representatives from the charter and matching shirts. Yes. I see all that trickery over there. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. President Montier, Vice President Close, members of the board. My name is Christina Aldridge. I'm the founder of Mosaic Learning Academy. With me today are 3 board members. I have 2 in person. I'll have them introduce yourself and one-on-one.
Good afternoon, Dr. Suhaila Ornelas, governing board member.
Jamie Arroyo Jones, proposed board member.
And I am Melissa Garcia, proposed board president.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and thank you for your thoughtful review of our application. We are excited by the continued momentum and the support of the Buckeye community, and have made steady progress in the areas highlighted by the technical review panel. In relationship to our facilities, we are currently in conversations and property negotiations for 3 sites, with hope to secure those by December. We continue to be engaged in our community. I am a member of the Buckeye Business Builders, where I have a business mentor in the Buckeye community to help me also connect with local partners, business owners, as well as the community at large. We continue to participate in all of our community events to be a representative and support to our community. Our work aligns with the mission of this board to ensure that every Arizona student has access to a great education and support the need to thrive. The families of Buckeye continue to remind us while this work is important, we are eager to make them proud in this next step together. On behalf of our board and team, we thank you for your time, thoughtful feedback, and continued partnership. We welcome any questions you may have.
Board members, any questions? Nobody online? All right. Do we have a motion?
I can do it if you give me a moment. Mosaic Learn. Yes, okay. Had to check the shirts. Based upon the review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Mosaic Learning Academy and the information provided by representatives of Mosaic Learning Academy during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to Mosaic Learning Academy to serve grades K through 2 in year 1 with an enrollment cap of 250, grades K through 3 in year 2 with an enrollment cap of 350, grades K through 4 in year 3 with enrollment cap of 450, and grades K through 8 in year 4 and beyond with an enrollment cap of 450. This approval is to open the school Mosaic Learning Academy pending completion of the requirements of board rule and the board's ready to open checklist once it is approved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Ashley?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Montier.
I'm going to be really disappointed if Elisa doesn't have a shirt on. Aye. Congratulations. All right. Item J6, correct? Shannon again?
Shannon again. Responsive Ed Arizona Inc. has submitted a new charter application package to open iSchool Virtual Academy of Arizona, providing an Arizona online instruction program serving grades 9 through 12, serving students statewide in a fully online environment. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 72.58% and the business plan scored 77.78%. The operational plan met the scoring criteria for substantive completeness with a score of 95.56%. Additionally, the revised AOI package submitted by the applicant was reviewed by Rio Salado Community College and did meet the required criteria for approval. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved with hesitation. The applicant intends to contract with an education service provider, actually two. Additional information about the background and performance of these ESPs is included in Appendix C of the board materials.
Board members, do we have questions? Member Barr.
Just for the sake of two of the same applicants on the agenda, are we taking each of these schools individually or?
We are taking, yeah, that's why I asked the question about J5. We are taking each of these schools individually. They submitted separate requests.
Okay.
So I know that they're under the same educational service plan and that we can ask questions based on that, but we're taking them both separately. So I do have one quick question though, just to follow up to what you said. If we are going to ask questions of the charter representatives, I guess it's more of a clarification. How do we navigate that? Because there seem to be a lot of similarities between the two applications. So we just want to make sure that we are asking correct information. Can you give us some guidance on that, please?
That's correct. Because I submitted two separate applications and asking your questions, we want to make sure that we keep them as separate as possible.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Anybody else questions? Any other board member questions for Shannon and or?
Quick,
Yes.
Are they the same charter reps?
Yes,
And they're both online statewide?
we have representatives in the room. We also have one, maybe more representatives online, at least one that I'm aware of, and they may be aware of more.
I mean, the mission of the application.
Correct. Both applications are for online schools.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Any other questions? Yes.
I think I knew the answer to this, but I totally escaped saying, why do we have two applications for two online schools that are statewide?
I mean, I can answer that, but I think that would be better answered by everybody's pointing this direction, the
Okay.
charter.
I would believe that that would be a great question for the applicant.
Okay. All right. Great. So any other board staff questions? No. Okay. Representatives from the charter, welcome. Come on down. Hi, how are you?
Doing very well. Thank you for having us today. I am James Taylor. I am the CFO of Responsive Ed, and I'm the CEO of Blue Learning. I want to thank you all, President Monteith, Vice President Close, and Superintendent Designee Miller, as well as the other board members. Thank you for having us here today. Our team and I would just like to thank you for the opportunity to come before you and to request the approval for our school, iSchool Virtual Academy of Arizona. We are excited regarding the potential and the opportunity to serve parents and students of Arizona through a distinct new option in online learning for college-bound students. I would first like to introduce my team, which includes two prospective board members, and I'll start there. The first one is Mary Gifford. Mary is a recognized leader in the area of K-12 education and has been actively involved in charter schools in the state of Arizona since its inception in 1995, as well as online education since 1997. Our second prospective board member is Margie Youngblood. Margie has over 30 years of experience in education as a teacher, as a leader in state reporting, as well as in homeschooling her own children. From Responsive Ed, we have two more individuals here today. Have Gary Arnold. Gary is the brand superintendent for iSchool Virtual Academy schools. He has been with Responsive Ed for 12 years, and he oversees the two virtual schools that we operate in Texas. Online, I have Katie Stevens. Katie is a Katie has been with Responsive Ed for 13 years. She is the Executive Director of Finance with Blue Learning, and she oversees the financial operations in Arkansas and Ohio. For over 25 years, Responsive Ed has been operating public charter schools, originating in Texas and expanding into Arkansas in 2012, and just this year opened in Ohio. Responsive Ed operates seven different models at over 150 locations, as well as an additional 134 pre-K sites, which include contracted sites. These schools include at-risk credit recovery, classical, mastery-based collegiate, inner-city neighborhood schools, adult education, 2 schools for autism, and, of course, virtual schools. As our mission states, we seek to provide hope to students through educational options. We provide many high-quality options because we believe every student and family situation is different, with each having their own particular needs and understanding of their hope for success. In reading the TRP report, we appreciate the vote of confidence in their recommendation of approval. We understand that they had hesitations, and I would like to specifically address one of them here. I wish to reiterate, as we put in our application, that the school board will retain the statutorily required authority, specifically being the ultimate authority of governance for the school. Also, in order to minimize conflicts of interest, the board will be wholly comprised of non-responsive ed employees. Regarding other concerns or questions that you may have, we would be pleased to answer them here today. Thank you again for the opportunity to discuss our application for iSchool Virtual Academy of Arizona.
Board members, questions?
President Monteith, thank you. So you, from what you stated, you only operate online in Texas right now?
We operate all of the 7 different models. I believe you may have been asking, do we operate online schools in other states as well?
Yeah.
We also operate in Ohio and Arkansas.
Completely online?
In Ohio and Arkansas, but we also operate other on-site models as well.
Understood. But you're online in Arizona 100%, right?
Correct, at this point in time.
And can you tell me how those schools have performed in Texas, Arkansas, and Ohio?
Sure. Ohio, this is our very first year of operation, and I'm going to let our brand superintendent address Texas at this point.
On the Premier side, which is more the credit recovery side, for the last 7 years, we've had the B average. We've made a B almost every year. 1 year we made an A, and 1 year we made a C. So, but we've stayed right in there. On the college prep side, the TCPA side, that one has been more of an average of a D for 2 primary reasons. One is the lower grades. If we look at our academic performance on the high school 9 through 12, we're outperforming our competitors. It was the lower grades, and we're not asking to go lower grades here. That is still an area we are looking at, and I think we've all struggled with since COVID, trying to look and determine what's best for them. The virtual environment was not working for them, so we didn't want to bring that in here. The other part is the weighting that the state put on CCMR. The College Career Military Readiness, and they've changed that. They've changed some of the industry standards, industry certifications that make up that. That one hurt us. So it wasn't as much the academic performance as it was the CCMR factor. That factor also, when they changed that, is a year lag data. So it takes a year to catch up with that. So those are the main reasons.
Can you follow up, President Monteith? So we have a lot of AOI online options in Arizona, a plethora. What are you bringing to Arizona that we don't already have?
I'm gonna step back in for a minute too. As we look at this, I've done this for 7 years now. This is our 8th year in Texas and studied this a lot. Very passionate about that we do something different. Again, we started building this school and looking to see how we could differentiate and how we could make virtual successful. I'll be the first to say virtual environment is not for everyone. It is a unique, but with those that it's good for, it's good for. We have more and more of the bullying, the anxiety, the safety concerns, a lot of health concerns. But we also have those on the college side that are trying to get dual credit, try to get out quicker. We also have those on the credit recovery that they want to go to trade school or go right in the workforce. They just need their diploma. And so we try to look at those. And what we've done is we've tried to build a community to where they feel like they're part of that. So their needs are similar to what could be by other providers. I think it's the flexibility of our program that changes things for us. One of the things that we learned, we put a lot of emphasis on acclimation to virtual. We do send out videos, we do parent nights, student nights, almost like an open house, if you will, to make sure that, part of the strength in virtual is that you have the right parents and supportive parents at home. So we spend a lot of time on acclimation. We also spend a lot of time on engagement. And I think that is a big difference. We have, in Texas, we call them success coaches. In Ohio, we call them mentors. What we're trying to do is make sure that there's someone not only concentrating on the education side, but also on the engagement side to make sure they stay active, they're turning in assignments, and brought in that socialization part. So, overall, though, I think it's the flexibility of the program to where whether it's workbooks, whether it's online, whether it's teachers that are in their virtual rooms every day, these mentors that are available every day. We do evening hours for those that have jobs and they can't do the class during the day. We do live teach and we also do videos that. So I think it's the flexibility and the makeup of the program that's the difference.
I'm a bit hung up on the D grades for online for your college prep, which is the program you're trying to bring to Arizona. So, and you said it was related to the lower grades.
The lower grades, if we look at academic performance, yes. If we take those lower grades out, we outperformed.
And is that data somewhere that, or
Yes.
can you talk about what that looks like?
Yeah.
Now?
We've got that. Happy to. When you looked at, what I did is pull percentages of that did not meet and looked at it against the state average and the competitors and looked at the 9 through 12 because we looked at it holistically, then broke it out by grades. If I look at the 9 through 12, and I'll give you an example of English 1 was at 5% did not meet, where the state average was 34% on that one. Most of these are averaging about 20% difference. On English 2, state was 29%, we were 8%. Algebra, we were right neck and neck. State was 24%, we were 25. When you get into U.S. history, 5% versus 6%, and then 0% versus 9% on the biology. So the English 1, English 2, and algebra where we were getting the bigger growth.
I'm not sure, and it's probably my fault, but I'm not tracking how, if your grades were standalone high school, what would your letter grade be? That's, I guess, was my question.
If we looked at that, it would be closer to a B. It would be, in fact, we looked at it 2 years ago. We're still analyzing now. 2 years ago, it purely would have been a B. Just the high school.
I'm going to piggyback off of a question that you asked, and perhaps Member Jones can actually, I might just have Member Jones go because you were talking about the career college and military. Is that what it is in Texas? Okay. Ours is not.
CCMR. Yes.
ACMR.
Yes.
That's not what ours is called.
Yes.
So was that what your question was going to be about, Member Jones?
It's similar to that. And then, yeah, the opportunities aligned with that.
Super. All right. I'm going to have you speak on that then because you're far more knowledgeable about it than I am. So,
Okay.
All right.
And thank you. And thank you for presenting. Appreciate the opportunity to ask you some questions. So And like I said, extensive application. So if you included it somewhere, I apologize if I missed it. But so in terms of college and career readiness and those opportunities, what type of do you have in-person opportunities available for students that are enrolling in the iSchool virtual academy?
As far as on the college career military side,
Any of that preparation,
yeah, I think
anything to do with Arizona?
where our focus is on the CCMR, where we can gain more besides just certifications, is also on the dual credit, the AP sessions, the college prep milestones like ACT, SAT, TSI. And so we are focusing more on that. And we have been for the last year, but again, it's not showing up for a year from now because of the lag in the data. Did that answer?
Kind of, yeah. So I guess, so for example, when you're determining, the interest and pathway for students when they're doing some kind of college or career readiness, what local opportunities are you offering in Arizona for students to meet with people in person to help them plan those things out to be successful in that?
Sure. At this point in time, we're still evaluating how we will have the in-person meeting. But what we have done in Texas and we've done in Arkansas and we'll be doing in Ohio shortly is we establish locations that are co-located near the where the students are congregated. So typically in areas where they can drive relatively shorter distances, and seek to find those locations, identify them, whether in libraries or they're in community centers or other areas. And then we have individuals meet with them and actually address things along the line of their plans for the future, what type of pathway they're looking for, and what their plans are in terms of college. And in this particular case, we are specifically promoting college, but it would also include career readiness in anticipation of preparing them for their future.
Okay. I think that answers the question. So really right now it's not any, you're not addressing anything for students to have an opportunity to meet with anybody in person, but you have plans to try to do that eventually.
That is correct, similar to what we have
Okay.
done in other states where we are more established.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, President Montiers. Can you address schools you've closed and the reasons why?
Yes, and if you don't mind, I would like to just start with the fact that with the number of schools we've operated, a good number of schools, and with the number of schools that we have operated, and with significant success with those schools, I just want to state that I believe that us actually closing schools is a sign of a strong operator, understanding that not every opportunity ends up with the success that we hope that we will have. We put significant effort into all of our schools, and it is only after we have worked through several different options and potential opportunities to address the issues at the school have we actually closed the school. Specifically, there are schools that we have closed, and typically they have had to do with either a location where we could not find a location in the area that was suitable for the school, and we ended up attempting to start with a location that was not completely suitable, and thought that we would be able to find something down the road that would actually work for us. And so we then have found that in that case, it is better at some point to close a school instead of continuing on with an insufficient facility. We have also had situations where we've had leadership issues, and very specifically had difficulty finding a leader in the location. And as we all know, the success of a school is highly dependent on having a very effective leader. And as such, we have struggled with that, and have in a couple of occasions specifically ended up with a culture with incorrect leadership that did not end up being something that we wanted to move forward with. In all situations, when we need to close a school, we work very hard to ensure that all of our students have a place to go, a place that will help them be successful locally or online. And we stick with them until they've found their new home if that happens. Typically, in a case like this, the schools will be very small because we will determine this relatively early, and we will make that change before the school is of significant size.
Thank you, President Montier. How many online students do you currently have?
We have a little over 4,000 online students.
Yeah. And then can you address, and I believe you probably have talked to the staff about this, but why 2 applications when it's like something that isn't really allowed?
Okay, I haven't heard that it isn't allowed, so that would be a new thing for me to understand. The reason we have 2 is because we seek to operate 2 completely different styles of schools. And in this case, what we are addressing is iSchool Virtual Academy of Arizona, which is a college prep style of program specifically seeking to help students seek a college education, prepare them for that, and put them in the best position for that. Our other application, which is for Premier High School Online of Arizona, is specifically for students who are struggling and they're having a hard time getting through. Maybe the traditional system hasn't been working for them. They've fallen behind. And we put in a very particular and unique structure for them to ensure we can take them from wherever they are and help them get all the way to that point of a full diploma, with the expectation that we also help prepare them for a career through a certification or some such as part of that process. And if they wish to go to college, it is our intent to get them ready to go to college as well.
Okay, and forgive me with my poor choice of words again today. It's not allowed, but it just has been not the way we've done growth.
Understood.
To that point, Member Swanson, yes, it has been a known practice within Arizona and with authorizing that when a new applicant submits their application, they are not allowed to or eligible for 2 schools under one application. And then in addition to that, we also require that a new applicant that is approved is not able to expand until we see multiple years of experience.
If I may piggyback on that, Madam President and Mr. Swanson, I also am really supportive of the 2 different applications in this case, very specifically, given what's going on in the state with alternative school accountability, and that's a little bit of a moving target right now. And we, in fact, have talked about perhaps modifying the mission for the Premier School eventually, depending on where the State Board of Ed lands on alternative accreditation. And so wanting to be really clear and very transparent that they are serving different students with different needs and that they should start with that in mind. And so therefore the 2 applications, but specifically given what's going on with alternative accountability in the state, it seemed important to bifurcate them.
And looks like Member Jones, you have a question or hand raised?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. So a couple different things. So first to just kind of ask a question, the difference between iSchool and Premier School, and I think Member Swanson had kind of spoke a little bit about this or asked a question. So I see a 1-word difference in the explanation or of what those 2 are. One says emphasis and one says options. Other than that, is that the only difference in explaining what those 2 are?
I would say not in explaining, but I do understand your confusion, and this is where Ms. Gifford was specifically referring to our mission statement and the fact that we do need to and have been discussing the need to reword our mission statement as part of this process to specifically have it focus on the Premier High School aspect and the fact that we are specifically supporting them in a different and unique way to get them to their goals. The mission statement. So you are correct that the mission statement as it stands today is relatively the same.
Okay.
Can I just jump in really quick? I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
So just for my clarification, and I know that we're talking about both of that, we're not really supposed to be. So I'm just clarifying some things. Okay. First, the school that we're talking about right now is iSchool Virtual Academy, and that mission statement you are not looking to change at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the mission statement, just so that we're all on the same page, that's in the board documents, the documents that were provided to everybody on the agenda. That mission statement is staying, and that's where you're ready to go, locked into that.
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, Member Jones. I just wanted to clarify that for myself.
No, I appreciate that because that's kind of where the confusion was. I was trying to determine, and I understand too if we need to have more discussion on that other alternative school kind of mission, and we'll do that on the other agenda item. It sounds like. So the only thing I guess, you do talk about career and technical education, which obviously is part of that college and career readiness. You've talked a little bit about how it would not necessarily be an in-person option for students, but the opportunity to, really we stress the college and career readiness for schools in the state of Arizona as part of the A through F accountability too. And one thing just, to note is that the important part of that is you really do have to have some in-person opportunities for students to be able to meet those standards. It's just, that's a best practice. And so that would be the only thing. I think I asked the question. That would be the only thing I would, just continue to think about.
I appreciate that. And we certainly do have plans to do that.
President Montier.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Dr. Crockett.
I do have a question. First of all, I appreciate so much your comments on the importance of leadership and, of course, location. And so I wanted to ask you with regard to this particular application, and I'll probably ask the same question on the next, is who will be in charge of this locally? And then where will you be located?
Sure.
And then as a follow-up, you mentioned college guidance, but you were not very specific on how deep that guidance would be for your students. So if you could address both of those.
Sure.
questions.
I will. I'll do my best. And if I miss something, just remind me and I'll come back to it. All right. We with the application, what you will see is that there is a campus director specifically that is a part of the school that will be local here in Arizona and will report to the school board. And that individual will be responsible on site locally for overseeing everything associated in terms of overseeing the vendors and the contracts, the ESPs, as they seek to fulfill their mission.
And have you, pardon me for interrupting, have you identified that individual?
We have not yet. We certainly will before we start our school year, and we'll do that several months. We will work to have an individual several months ahead to get them trained on the program and in our systems, and ensuring that they are ultimately successful. So that being said, we also will have a state reporting individual and an administrator who will all be local as part of the Arizona team.
And I assume that applies to both applications.
And that applies to both applications. That's correct.
Thank you. And then with regard to this application, in terms of college guidance, usually college prep high schools have a lot of guidance for their students.
So we will utilize a mixed approach of individuals we have who are in our program already, who are online initially. And as we grow the program, we plan in the future to hire somebody, as we have done in other states in which we operate, who will be local into Arizona, who will then go and meet with these specific individuals. As we get to that point, we will still seek to make opportunities to meet with the individuals, certainly online initially, and also in person. When we do testing, when we do other aspects that are required, as well as what we do as just part of our academic program, we seek to do that in person. And so we have opportunities to actually see them and interact with them as we go through the school year.
Thank you.
Okay. Where are we going? All right. Superintendent Designee Miller.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here and for putting together such a thoughtful package and application. You've spoken to it a little bit. I just was hopeful that maybe you could expand on why you want to be in Arizona specifically.
Sure. Arizona, as you have probably heard before, has a relatively friendly environment for charter schools. As you heard from our mission statement, we specifically are very much believe in educational options. Arizona is clearly a place that values educational options. We want to be able to be a part of that and be able to, as we seek to grow, if you provide us with that opportunity to start here, we hope in the future to be able to provide other models that we operate to the families and students of Arizona. And we want to be able to take advantage, but also be able to provide the opportunity for our families here to be able to enjoy those models and options. We believe it's a great place to do business, but also we believe it's a great place for families and an environment for them to learn. And so we believe we can thrive here. And so we're very hopeful that you will give us an opportunity to do that.
Two questions. First one, who specifically on your board is from Arizona? I didn't catch that, your introduction.
So right now, we have two prospective board members, Mary Gifford, who is from Arizona, and we have Margie Youngblood, who is from Arizona. We are looking to add 3 additional board members to the school board, and we are certainly a majority will be, but we are seeking to have all 5 board members actually residents in Arizona.
Okay. But on your application, you have 0 board members.
That's correct. On the application, that's correct.
Thank you. And then if you could speak to, you talked about your schools in Texas. You said you have schools in Arkansas as well. Could you speak to them and how well they're performing?
I will. And actually, I was expecting to do that earlier, and then we kind of got off onto a side. So, so Arkansas, we have specifically 2 virtual schools. We offer other schools as well, on-site schools as well, the 2 virtual schools. The Arkansas does not have a formal alternative program, and so we operate a premier high school online that is under what is considered a dropout recovery style of model. It's a part of their standard charter process and oversight. However, it does not receive a rating. So it is unrated. And so schools that are identified within that system are not rated. We do also operate a iSchool Virtual Academy of Arkansas, and I'm just going to be very honest. It's performing very poorly, and I'm not gonna make any excuses for that. Just to say that it received its most recent letter grade was an F. We had only approximately 20 students, and as part of this, we took the person who was overseeing the program has been removed. And so we are making a change in leadership. We are also obviously making changes in the program and the processes and oversight. But this is one of these places where I would just say leadership is important, and we need to make a change.
And is that also a college prep
It is.
academy? Okay.
It
Thank you.
is. It is. It is again, low numbers. We have the issue of that we only had 20 students in the program, and so we had some issues with certain numbers of individuals not testing, and then a couple of individuals that didn't test well, and it kind of threw the whole thing into a very low performing grade, which is not acceptable. I still make that.
How many students did you have previously if we're down to 20 at this point?
We have never had more than 30 at any point in time.
Okay.
So it has always been a very low numbered school. We are at this point in time, we have just this year we have just peaked at just over 30, and we expect it to continue to grow under the new leadership.
Well, yeah, absolutely, Member Stratton. Excuse me.
First of all, thank you for your candidness and frankness and openness on discussing the performance of those schools. It's appreciated. But I am concerned with the performance, the lack of, in my opinion, positive performance history on the types of schools that we're discussing here, particularly the online component. And what makes me more concerned in this particular instance is the fact that we have two applications. The board historically has this process by which we kind of let someone in, you prove yourself, then we talk about future growth at a subsequent year. That wouldn't happen today if we were to approve both of these applications. So I guess my question to you is, if we had to pick one application or the other, which would you want?
I want to say I want both, but if you did say that you wanted to move forward with just one, I would probably specifically say the premier application at that point. Not because I believe that we perform. I believe very much in our iSchool Virtual Academy program, and if you listen to Gary's explanation of what is happening in Texas, we, relative to our peers, we are outperforming them in the online space, in that college prep space. And so that's something that I do understand in terms of the raw test scores and test performance, academic performance. And so I just want to make that very clear as part of this. I believe we have a very strong program. I believe it is very effective, and our students are going on to do great things out of that program. And so I would hope that you would be willing and take the risk, if that's the way you look at it, to approve the application and give us that opportunity to show you.
Thank you.
I just kind of want to piggyback on a couple of points that you brought up, just for clarification on my end as well. So I understand that you're in the process of looking for some new board members, but as it stands right now, there are no board members that are from Arizona.
As it stands right now, we don't have members on the school board. We have the two prospective board members who have agreed to come on and have been approved by the company, the organization, the corporate board, to go on to the school board. And so if we are approved, they will go on to the board.
Okay.
They are both here today, and they're both from Arizona.
And then the second point, and I know that I am so sorry because we're probably kind of not separating, but just to piggyback on what Member Stratton had said. So my understanding from what you said is, if we were to approve one over the other school, you would prefer that we look at Premier, which is the credit recovery school, but that's the one that just recently you said needed a revised mission statement. So then if I'm understanding the process correctly, and I just want to make sure I'm wrapping my brain around it, then would you then move forward with requesting an amendment to, like, a mission statement amendment, and that whole process, that would be the next step for you?
We would at a later board meeting, yes.
Okay.
We would seek to do that, yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I just want to make another comment. No? Okay. So I think that operationally speaking, and this is just my opinion, operationally speaking, super strong. But there are a lot of question marks on the educational piece, and there are a lot of question marks just as far as the board and that goes, that I feel like are not in your presentation here today. Great, but we're not flushed out. And my understanding, Shannon, correct me if I'm wrong, is this is roughly a year-long process that you go through as a new charter applicant.
Correct. The
Yes.
applications had to be submitted by, I think we said April 23rd.
Right.
And
there have
yeah,
been
to
meetings
today.
and that kind of thing. So I guess I'm confused as to what, since it's such a long process, why those were not more, I guess, flushed out, or the mission statement wasn't more flushed out, or anything like that. Why it's here, it's being presented, and that's great, but it wasn't put either to the TRP or in paperwork or something like that. And if this is a staff question versus a charter question, then whoever needs to answer. That's just my question.
Okay, so I'm assuming I'm going to assume it's my question.
Nobody else has taken it, so I guess you are.
So I believe that in terms of the governance and what was described as the hesitation in terms of governance and the conflict of interest, I believe that was. I'm just going to give my opinion, and then others can describe their perspective. That we did flesh that out. I think the question was whether or not we would be able to implement it successfully and fully in the manner in which we described it in the application. And so I believe that we did identify this. I believe that we did identify that we plan to have Arizona board members. I believe, and we do, and we have are building that team. So from that perspective, from the governance, from the perspective of the operations of well, I shouldn't say operation, but the governance of the school, I think that was in the application. I think it was just a question of did they think that we could properly get it implemented. When it comes to the mission statement, honestly, I don't recall a question about it. And so when we put it in from perspective of this is our mission statement for what we're doing, but then we described the program, and we thought the program would specifically describe what we were looking to do. And it wasn't really until we got later down the road with the TRP and actually had the capacity hearing that it became something that was like that from our perspective was something that likely needed to be readdressed. And so that's kind of why we are here today, where we are.
Okay, thank you.
President Martin.
Who's going? Are you guys going to Rochambeau?
Well, I'd like to make a motion.
Oh,
One quick question. Can I ask one quick question?
hold.
Sure. I just want to drill down just a little bit more on the board composition issue. It was my understanding from reading some of the materials, and maybe staff can help out here a little bit, but that there was some interest, there was some concern about potential conflict of interest there. And so, and I think maybe you touched on this at the very beginning, but could you reiterate again for future iterations of this board or successor boards, what kind of guardrails are you going to have in place in terms of selection of members, who those members are going to be, not from a specific individual standpoint, but from a related control person type situation?
Right. And that's a great question. And specifically when it relates to the school board, as I stated at the beginning, from a conflict of interest perspective, we thought it best to not have any individual who is an employee of responsive ed. So then they will be independent board members. In that way, then we don't have an issue with conflicts between the responsive ed staff or responsive ed company and the actions of the board. So that's very important. Secondarily, just to follow up on that, to help us with that, Lynn Adams has been one of our folks that we've been talking to in terms of some of the legal matters and making sure that we do everything correctly and align correctly. And so she has been working with us and helping us, and she's going to ensure with training and helping us in terms of knowing all of the Arizona laws and make sure we get everything put in place correctly so that we function in a way that is correct by law.
Great. Thanks for answering that question. It's fantastic.
Madam President and Mr. Stratton, additionally, it is in the corporate bylaws that, and this was important to me because I would be one of those objective governing body members who is not part of the corporation. It is in the corporate bylaws that the people who are appointed to the governing body may not be associated at all with the corporation. So it's in the actual bylaws.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions? All right, Member Swanson.
Thank you. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Responsive Ed Arizona, Inc. and the information provided by the representatives of Responsive Ed Arizona, Inc. during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to reject the application package and deny Responsive Ed Arizona, Inc.'s request for a charter for the following reasons. The proposed online school does not address a demonstrated need in Arizona. It is not providing a needed choice in a saturated online market and will likely struggle with enrollment for these reasons. Additionally, applicants are not able to request more than one school in a submitted charter application. This is because the board expects a track record of performance from its operators prior to expansion beyond a single school. Therefore, the board does not desire to set precedent to allow applicants to expand more quickly than existing operators. Applicants will not be approved to open two schools in a cycle, even if separate applications are submitted. Therefore, the board will not approve both schools.
Oh, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
All right, Ashley?
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Miss Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Monteith.
Aye. And before we move on to the next agenda item, we have 2 board members that actually have to leave. So are we still going to be good to go? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. In a quorum. There we go. All right.
President Montier?
Sir.
I have till 2:30.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Agenda item J7, Shannon again.
Responsive Ed Arizona Inc. has submitted a new charter application package to open Premier High School Online of Arizona, providing an Arizona online instruction program serving grades 9 through 12, serving students statewide in a fully online environment. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 72.58% and the business plan scored 77.78%. The operational plan met the scoring criteria for substantive completeness with a score of 95.56%. Additionally, the revised AOI package submitted by the applicant was reviewed by Rio Salado Community College and did meet the required criteria for approval. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved with hesitation. The applicant intends to contract with an education service provider. Again, actually 2. Additional information about the performance of these ESPs is included in Appendix C of the board materials.
Do we have any questions for Shannon? Yes.
Thank you. Sounds like from what we've been hearing, this school is leaning more towards alternative status. As part of the application, is that an option for a school to say, we intend to open as an alternative school? Or is it just we open a school and then we become an alternative school?
That's a great question. So typically what we see when an applicant is coming forth with an application for an alternative school is that they clearly outline in the application that they're going to be an alternative school. And I know Mary Gifford raised the alternative school criteria. So to address that a little bit, the alternative school criteria, and Member Jones can speak to this as well. The alternative school criteria is very clear about who you are required to serve if you're going to qualify to be an alternative school. I think it's important to note that the target population identified in this application does not clearly align with that alt school criteria, nor, as Ms. Gifford addressed, does the mission statement. So I do have concern that should this be approved and should they make that additional application to the Department of Education, they would not qualify for that status as currently submitted. Does that address your full question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yep. And Member Jones has her hand up. So
Go ahead, Member
And
Jones.
I think you articulated that very well. So I think in addition, just the question I had is, yeah, it is clear, and even with the State Board of Education, the possibility of a approved rubric for alternative school designation, which does clearly define what a school and the population they need to serve. The intent is that the mission is the first and foremost thing that is in front of planning and opening a school. That's the first thing that really is identified is this is the mission, this is the population we intend to serve. And I think that the State Board of Education, when they get to an opportunity to take action on some of that revised rubric language for what is a designated alternative school, you will see that that is included in there too.
Okay, do we have any other questions for board staff? Do we have questions for the charter representative? who is already here. So I didn't ask them to join us again because they're still joining us.
President Monteith,
Sir.
forgive my confusion because, and maybe a little bit of Groundhog's Day here, but I'm just confused. We're alternative, we're not. We have a mission statement, we don't. I actually don't know how to move forward to approve this, given those two things and the other stuff that went on with the other schools. So I'm very puzzled.
Puzzled as in?
Well, what are we? What are we applying for?
Okay, just wanted to clarify. So I guess the first question, if I'm breaking apart your confusion, the first question is, does this school, if approved, plan to apply for alternative status?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so then if that is the case, then the current mission statement, and Member Jones, jump in here, please. The current mission statement as it is written is not conducive to an alternative status submission. Is that accurate or inaccurate?
I would say the current mission statement would likely not meet those requirements that are part of that new rubric that's been proposed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did I break
Yes,
down a little bit of
much
what?
better than
I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Great. Okay. So, all right, that covered that.
May I expound a little bit on that, Madam President and Mr. Swanson? So the State Board for Charter Schools doesn't get to determine alternative status. It will be dependent on the kids who enroll and the special characteristics of those students, as Mrs. Jones has talked about. There will be a rubric. There is currently a rubric, but it's under revision. Dependent on the students that enroll in the school, after it's open, they may apply after they have students for the alternative status. And so any school coming before you that says they're going to be an alternative school, that is their ideal and hopefully also their mission. But until those students actually walk through their doors, whether real doors or virtual doors, they can't apply to be alternative. They have to have the data to be alternative. And so my expectation as a governing body member is that this school would need to modify its mission to align with whatever the State Board of Education says is going to be important wording to have in a mission for an alternative school. And then the school is going to have to wait and see whether or not the students it enrolls fall into those different categories that would qualify the school to apply for alternative. Irrespective of whether or not it's alternative, the mission is to serve those students who are at risk, who need something different, who need something more. And so the mission of the school is going to continue to be to serve those students. Whether it does it under standard accountability or alternative accountability will depend on tightening up the mission statement based on what the State Board of Ed says, and then making sure that the students fall into those right categories. Or it will not be alternative accountability. It will still be a school that serves those students, however.
Thank you for that clarification, President Monteith. If I can, Rachel, assuming that statement was pretty correct and it sounded right to me, how does that sync with your comment where they don't have a defined student population?
Happy to respond.
Thank you.
I'm actually going to read to you from the current criteria from the Arizona Alternative website, which says a district, pause, this is their criteria. A charter school must have a mission that expressly states in its charter that its purpose is to serve a specific student population that will benefit from an alternative school setting. And Ms. Gifford is correct. ADE verifies that, but we are a verification point that the mission is consistent with what is submitted to ADE as a component of that alternative school application. I know Member Jones sits on the AATAC committee and could probably provide some additional context around the current process for review and the proposed updated process for review. It is my understanding from conversations with ADE that the mission statement I currently see in this application would not qualify even under the current process. But Member Jones may have different thoughts on that, and I'm happy to, I see her hand up and would love to hear her accompanying thoughts or contrary thoughts either way.
And with that,
thank you.
Member Jones.
Yeah, thank you. I think Ms. Gifford, I think there's multiple components to this, and just because we're in the middle of a possible revision of that, what is called the rubric, to look at the mission statement to see if a school is then eligible for alternative status. which then puts them in that A through F accountability system, which is correct. But the initial thought and the reason behind alternative school and the alternative school mission is because the programming and the things that are part of the school are part of addressing the students and the mission of an alternative school. So, as part of this application or as part of the application to open a school, there would need to be programming concepts or things that are included in that that would address students that would be in those categories. I think that's what's important. And so, yes, ADE and the proposed new rubric, there are specific categories. There are things that once the school is in place, you would look at the student population, but that doesn't mean that the mission and the programmatic components of the program are any different because you're still trying to do those things to serve those students. And hopefully that makes sense.
Did that further clarify what you had asked? Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Member Jones. That was helpful.
Any other questions from the board?
If I may, President Monteith, I think it's important to note too, a few months back, the board made a decision to require that any changes to mission statement that would potentially result in a charter school currently under our portfolio to change from a traditional model under accountability to an alt accountability, that not be approved by the executive director, but that immediately go to the board for your approval instead. And the thought behind that was concern about charters that they were not intending or trying to market and really serve these students, but instead that they were potentially doing work that resulted in potentially lower performance or whatever it may be. And there were some other parameters there too, but I just want to highlight the importance that this board has placed on changing from a traditional to an alt through that mission.
Thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. Please, but turn on your microphone. Absolutely.
I just wanted to specifically indicate that the purpose of having 2 virtual schools is specifically to address a college prep standard accountability and an alternative accountability. There was always the intent from day one to address an alternative accountability population with at-risk students. And very specifically, we put in specific supports. The curriculum that we utilize is one that was developed by us very specifically to address the needs of that at-risk student population through our premier schools. We operate over 40 premier schools in on-site schools in Texas, as well as the virtual school, and have developed a particular program for addressing those students who have these very special needs in their lives. And so as such, it is our intent, has always been our intent and our desire. And so it has never changed. It's never been separate or different. The difference is that we admittedly did not understand that the mission statement was a critical component to that till we got to the very last step. And so we are looking and are speaking with our board members to desire to get that changed to appropriately reflect our intent with that school.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, Binky, your hand, I'm sorry, Member Jones, hand is up still.
Yeah, thank you. And this is, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you just speaking on that because one of the things, hopefully you can hear me. It says my internet connection is unstable, but I wanted to actually ask you the question, what are the things that you feel are different in that you're going to provide programmatically that you do feel are supports or wraparound services that you will provide for this population?
Sure. First and foremost, I mentioned the curriculum that we have put in place. It is a truly mastery-based curriculum. We do evaluations at the beginning when a student comes into our program to identify exactly where they are on their journey in their high school education. We then then create a very individualized learning plan for them to take them from wherever they are to get them all the way through the material in a mastery-based fashion to completion with graduation. We also establish very close relationships between the instructional staff, who we call facilitators, as well as the mentors and the students. And specifically, we evaluate how they are progressing through the curriculum, and we identify if they are struggling. We have the learning objectives in the LMS with each of our different learning sections, so that as we see students who are struggling in different areas, we establish pull-out sessions right away, put them into smaller groups where we can address their issues and then help them move forward. That group may be one person. It may be 5 people or 10 people. It just depends. Depends on where they are and what their need is. But we have a program specifically designed to identify the needs and then address them directly with those students as they go through the program. It is something that as we have been crafting and developing over the last 25 years. It's responsive ed. When we started with 15 premier high schools. And so we have been doing this program for all of those 25 years. And it's really our strongest and baseline program that we offer in terms of longevity and development of the program itself. Did that answer your question?
I was just going to ask that question.
I think it partially did. I think I'm still unclear of actual wraparound services for students that are, in the variety of different students that you are going to serve. There's a lot of need.
Yes, so we provide help with counseling. We provide individuals to help with get them on a career path for certifications. We are also provide a very flexible option. We often, admittedly, we have probably a higher population than most that end up that are either pregnant or supporting a family at home. And so we work very closely with them, with our counselors, to establish a plan that will work for them to help them get through the program as they progress. So it's the educational system itself with the curriculum, with the teachers, the facilitators, the mentors, as well as our counselors that we provide, as well as just identifying what the need is, and then looking to provide a solution and making it a personalized solution, not just a something that's very specific to or generic to the program.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions? If not, do we have a motion? Mr. Swanson.
I'll make a motion. But before I do that, I'm not going to add the second part about the 2 application thing, but it goes without saying that that is sort of been our precedent on how we evaluate things. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Responsive Ed Arizona and the information provided by representatives of Responsive Ed Arizona, Inc., during consideration and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to reject the application package and deny Responsive Ed Arizona, Inc.'s request for a charter for the reasons following. The proposed online model does not address demonstrated need in Arizona, is not providing a needed choice in a saturated online market, and will likely struggle with enrollment for these reasons, coupled with the lack of a specific target population.
Second. Okay, we have a second. All right. Ashley?
Vice President Close. Superintendent Designee Miller.
Thank you all for being here. And this was a slightly excruciating interview. I realize I respect the work that you're doing. I just truly feel that like it's not value added right now for Arizona because we are so incredibly saturated. So I vote aye.
Ms. Barr,
Just to echo your comments, I also vote aye.
Dr. Crockett, and she's online right now. She left and joined virtually, but she may not be able to unmute her phone. Okay. Dr. Crockett, I will come back to you. Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett, I'm going to go back to you. You able to unmute? Okay. Okay. President Montier.
I want to echo Superintendent Designee Miller's statement and also just the mission statement. That's where I'm a little bit hung up because it's sort of your guiding light. So I think if it were a little bit more fleshed out, I would probably feel differently, but I'm in agreement with the board.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much for being here. Shannon, are we going back to J1? Two?
And I do believe representatives are online.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry about that. Yes, J2. Right.
Yep.
And Shannon?
Yep, I see him.
Okay,
on the
wonderful.
record.
All right.
All right. Ascend Charter Schools LLC has submitted a new charter application package to open Ascend Community School, providing a whole child model serving grades K through 8 in the Gila Valley area. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 13.56%, the operational plan scored 36.11%, and the business plan scored 51.11%. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be denied.
Board members, do you have any questions for Shannon?
I do really quickly. Looks like their original TRP score for the educational plan was 0. Did they not submit one or it just
They
scored?
did. It scored approaches, I believe, in all areas. And so the way the scoring works is you have to meet the criteria to earn the points awarded for that criterion. If they fall below or approach, they do not get the points for that.
Okay, thank you for
You're very
clarifying.
welcome.
Any other questions for Shannon? And we do have a representative online? Yes? Okay. So it looks like you need to unmute yourself, please.
Sorry about that. Madam President, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present the application for your consideration. I understand the recommendation to deny, and we humbly appreciate the feedback that we're given and respectfully ask for it to be put on or continue to be put on the agenda to share our appreciation for the process and to let the board know that we do intend on taking the feedback that was provided and at a future date standing before you with a much more improved application for the future. We do believe in our mission. We do believe in our approach to education and just we wanted to submit that for you today. I am Shad Housley. I'm the CEO of Ascend. And so I don't want to take a lot of your time. I know you've had a long meeting today, so thank you.
Just for clarification, am I to understand that you are requesting that we just not make a motion on this particular item? Are you pulling your application for this cycle? I just want to make sure I'm clear.
No, we recognize the recommendation. I wanted to share with you that we understand the feedback and appreciate the feedback. And should the board choose to accept the recommendation of the TRP, we would humbly accept that and move to, we would come back at a future date if that is the case.
Okay, thank you so much for the clarification. I was a little bit confused. Do we have any questions from the board for our charter representative? Okay, if not, do we have a motion?
Montier, I'd like to make a motion.
Certainly.
First, Mr. Housley, thank you for coming in front of us and those words. And I hope you can get back in front of the TRP and have more success. But at this point, I'm going to make the following motion. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Ascend Charter Schools LLC and the information provided by the representatives of Ascend Charter School LLC during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to reject the application package and deny Ascend Charter Schools LLC's request for a charter for the reason that the application lacks consistency and specificity throughout, resulting in scores well below the threshold for substantive completeness.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ashley, roll call, please.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Just really quick, I want to say thank you for being here. I know it's certainly not easy when you get this kind of news, but you know, we have plenty of applicants who go through this cycle more than once who eventually do get granted a charter. So please don't give up. But I do vote aye.
Dr. Crockett. Okay. Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
I vote aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
And to Member Barr's point, that happened today with Meridian. So I vote aye.
President Montier.
I echo the board statements and I also vote aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, agenda item K, annual audit compliance trends. And this is with Andrea, not Shannon.
President Montier, members of the board, good afternoon. Today I'm presenting on compliance trends of your portfolio based on the annual audits conducted by independent CPAs. The board will be considering the portfolio's financial performance under agenda item L. This slide shows the percentage of the board's portfolio that timely submitted their audits for the fiscal years 2019 through 2024 audit cycles. These 6 audit cycles were selected as they reflect the years for which data were readily available. The number in parentheses next to each fiscal year reflects the total number of audits the board received. As you see in the graph, the timely audit percentage dropped to below 95% for fiscal year 2024. This was due to 28 audits being submitted late. The late submissions occurred for various reasons, including 3 charter networks not timely submitting the single audits for their combined 16 contracts, and 4 charters being unable to timely submit their audits as a result of an audit firm not maintaining its status with the Arizona Accountancy Board. Next slide. For the fiscal years 2019 through 2024 audit cycles, a total of 70 audits out of more than 2,400 were submitted 1 or more days late. 40% of the 70 late audits were received within 5 days of the deadline, with 74% received within 30 days and 87% received within 60 days. As the board's Click. As the board's operational, financial frameworks rely on information from the annual audits, the board considers charter holders whose audits remain outstanding at the board's next meeting. Of the 70 audits that were submitted late over the past 6 audit cycles, 43 of them, or 61%, were received prior to the board's next meeting held after the submission deadline. For the remaining 27 audits, the board approved withholding 10% of the charter's monthly state payment in 21 cases and offered a consent agreement in 9 cases, including all 7 where the charters submitted their audits 90 or more days late. In addition to looking at late audit submissions for the portfolio, as a whole, staff considered whether those charters subject to the board's financial intervention and audit corrective action plan or CAP processes timely submitted their next audit to the board. For example, if a charter holder was required to submit a CAP based on the fiscal year 2023 audit, staff determined whether the charter holder timely submitted the fiscal year 2024 audit to the board. Of those charters identified for financial intervention for the 2019 through 2023 audit cycles, staff found 2% submitted their next audit late and 6% closed their schools at year end and surrendered their contracts to the board. For those charters required to submit a CAP, 5% submitted their next audit late and 4% closed their schools at year end and surrendered their contracts to the board. As the fiscal year 2025 audits must be submitted to the board this school year, it is too early to assess timely submissions. However, 16% of the charters identified for financial intervention based on the fiscal year 2024 audits closed their schools at the end of fiscal year 2025 and surrendered their contracts to the board. The audits received by the board are reviewed pursuant to board-adopted processes, including administrative rule and the board's operational and financial frameworks. Charter holders receive a letter after the audit has been reviewed. Depending on the audit issues identified, the charter holder may be required to submit documentation to the board, and issues may be recorded on the operational dashboard. This next slide identifies the percentage of the board's portfolio required to submit a CAP, during the last 10 audit cycles. Over this period, the number of charter contracts required to submit a CAP has ranged from a low of 15 for the fiscal year 2020 audits to a high of 53 for the fiscal year 2016 audits. After the all-time low in the 2020 audit cycle, the percentage of the portfolio required to submit a CAP increased in the next 2 fiscal years, due partly to new CAP issues being added, as well as some large charter networks being required to submit the same CAP for each contract they hold. Beginning with the 2023 audit cycle, the percentage of the portfolio required to submit a CAP has dropped and is currently back at the 2021 audit cycle level. For issues of non-compliance that do not require or initially require a CAP, staff tracks the issue and determines if the issue is repeated in the next year's audit in accordance with Appendix B of the board's operational framework. If the issue falls within the parameters of Appendix B and is identified in at least 2 consecutive audits, it is referred to as a repeated minimal impact finding. Beginning with the fiscal year 2022 audits, the board requires charter holders to submit a CAP for open meeting law violations identified in 2 consecutive audits and for any minimal impact finding identified in 3 consecutive audits. For the years represented by this graph, the number of repeated minimal impact findings has ranged from a low of 10 identified for the fiscal year 2022 audits to a high of 43 identified for the fiscal year 2016 audits. For the fiscal year 2022 audit cycle, it should be noted that audit caps were required for 20% of the repeated issues identified. This increased to nearly 60% for the 2023 audit cycle before dropping back to 20% for the 24 audit cycle. I'm available for questions.
And do we have any questions from the board? Online, no? Okay. Thank you, Andrea.
Nice job, Andrea.
On to our next agenda item, also presented by Andrea because it has to do with finances. Financial Framework Annual Review. Agenda item L.
President Montiers, members of the board. For this presentation, I'm presenting on the annual review of the board's financial performance framework. The review focused on the portfolio's financial performance for the fiscal years 2022, 2023, and 2024 audit cycles. The 2024 audits were the first reviewed using the framework approved by the board in February 2024. Based on the review results, staff is proposing the board release revisions to the financial framework for public comment. These changes generally involve using the facility lease expense that more accurately reflects the charter holder's facility costs for the year, modifying or adding definitions, and making clarifying changes. If the board decides to proceed with one or more of the proposed changes for the fiscal year 2026 or subsequent audit cycle, stakeholders will be given a 20-day window to provide comments prior to the board making its final decision at a public meeting. My presentation today provides a high-level summary of the review. The full report, which is linked to today's agenda, contains more information, including impact data related to changes implemented with the 24 audits to more fairly identify charter holders for financial intervention, as well as additional information on staff's proposed changes. Overall, for the 2024 audit cycle, approximately 90% of the board's portfolio met the board's financial performance expectations, which is similar to the portfolio's performance in the prior two cycles. For 5 of the financial framework's 6 measures, the percentage of the portfolio receiving a meet standard rating remained at 90% or higher for all 3 audit cycles. The phasing out of pandemic relief grants that were available to public schools from fiscal year 2020 through September 30th, 2024 may have contributed to the fiscal year 2024 decline in the percentage of the portfolio receiving a meet standard on the lease adjusted debt service coverage ratio measure. With the pandemic funding having ended in early fiscal year 2023, staff believes the board will be able to better gauge, using the results from the audits the board will receive this year, whether the portfolio was able to prepare for the end of this funding stream and make the necessary adjustments. The review also requires staff to consider school closures. A total of 11 schools closed at the end of fiscal year 2024. 10 of the 11 closures were in response to the realities of the current operating environment. Of those 10 closures, 50% occurred to help ensure the continued viability of the charter holders or charter networks' remaining schools. For last year's report, a total of 13 schools closed at the end of fiscal year 2023. 9 of the 13 school closures were in response to the current operating environment, and of those 9 closures, 78% occurred to help ensure the continued viability of the remaining schools. I'm available for questions.
Board members, any questions? I don't think so. Andrea, usually we don't have questions for you.
And it's been a
Most
long
because-
day.
Well, I'm not going to lie. Some of us don't 100% understand everything that you just said, but we trust you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It was actually a very thorough presentation, both of them. Thank you so much. So we are putting this out for public comment, correct? And then we will speak with you again.
Yeah, if you make a motion,
To
put it out
put
for
it out for
public
public
comment, then
comment.
yes.
That's what I just wanted to make sure that I did understand that part. So that's good. Okay. Do we have a motion? Member Stratton.
I'll make a motion to direct staff to solicit public comment in accordance with the board's procedures for rule and policy adoption on the proposed changes to the financial performance framework found in the board materials and presented today.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Member Barr. We're ready, Ashley.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Miss Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett, Miss Jones,
And I just want to say thanks, Andrea, and for all your materials and making it seem a little bit easier to understand. So thank you.
Mr. Ruiz,
And it was probably a lot of work involved in this, and it was well presented.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye, and thank you for the great information.
Mr. Swanson,
I ditto, and also kudos to the 4 live people here that have stayed for the whole meeting that didn't have to. If I didn't say that.
President Monteith.
Can't follow that. Andrea, really, truly, thank you so much. It's a lot of work, and making it make sense for people who are not into finances the way that you are is really lovely. So thank you. All right. And with that, we are moving on to agenda item M.
And I'm going to make this quick as well. But Dan, if you want to go to the next slide, I do want to just give you a brief update on some current events, including the release of letter grades that happened last week, just specifically for our portfolio. Our portfolio is really strong and is getting stronger as the years go on and progress. Like Superintendent Designee Miller has already indicated, the letter grades, the majority of our portfolio letter grades are A's and B's, and that is an increase from last year. And then going on, yep, and this is just a comparison for what we saw last year. So looking at 2024 to 2025, where you can see the increase in the number of A's and B's, and then a decrease in C's and D's, which is what we like to see. I do need to mention the F's because many of those are actually due to our school closures. So many of those schools that are in that F category have already closed. At this time, we only have 3 charters that were rated as an F that we are currently working with. The other 2 being that they are on the easy autism, which is under school-specific academic goals. But we will be working with those 3 schools. They are currently within their appeal timeframe and window. But Joanna and I have already scheduled meetings with all 3 of them to talk about their next steps. But this is all very positive. And then we'll just continue the positivity. Letter grades by model, just breaking it out into 9-12, alternative, hybrid, and K-8. All, again, positive. And then we'll go by county or with our A-rated schools. You look at Pinal County, they killed it this year. Yeah. And that is all that I have to report to you.
Lovely. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care.